Hello, good morning, everyone. Please, can we have our seats? We're about to start.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Very happy to be here today. My name is Simida Silveira. I'm professor in systems engineering at Cornell University in the United States. And I will be guiding you through this session. It's a time to take stock. It's a time to think of solutions. And it's a time to have action. We have passed 1 quarter of the 21st century, and it's unacceptable that we still have billions of people that still do not have access to clean cooking. This is not a very costly thing to do, actually, particularly if we think that in relation to the billions and trillions of dollars that I put every year in the energy sector, a lot of money put for subsidies in fossil fuels still. Billions have been put to keep Europe afloat and keep welfare during very difficult times in the energy area after the war in Ukraine. And we still have billions that don't have the access to the minimum. So this is, we cannot accept that the access to clean energy and particularly clean cooking fuels will be further delayed in this century, and we have to work to achieve the 2030 goal in the energy, in the SDG 7. So without much, we have a fantastic list of participants here today, and starting with a high-level group that I will call here to sit here in the front with me. We have the Deputy to the DG and Managing Director of Global Partnerships and External Relationships of UNIDO, Ms. Haidara Fatou, please. Fatou Haidara is responsible for the Directorate of Global Partnerships and External Relations, and UNIDO's engagement with member states and all external partners, including through the policymaking organs. Ms. Haidara is also the Director General's Special Representative for Africa. So welcome, please take a seat. Mr. Abdul Hamid Al-Khalifa, the high-level speaker here for the Director General of OPEC Fund. Prior to his appointment to the OPEC Fund, Dr. Al-Khalifa was Deputy Secretary General of the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund from 2014 to 2018, and advisor to the Secretary General from 2010 to 2014. He has also held a number of leadership positions at the World Bank and served the government of Saudi Arabia in various capacities. Welcome. Damilola Ogunbiyi is here? Yes. No, she's not here yet. She's coming. Okay, so let's go to the ones that are already here. Mr. Kandeh Yumkella, Al-Hashi, Dr. Yumkella is a Sierra Leonean agricultural economist, politician, and the former United Nations Under Secretary General, and the special representative of the Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All. He was also the Chief Executive Officer of the Sustainable Energy for All initiative. Welcome, Mr. Yumkella. Next, Dymphna van der Lans, Chief Executive Officer of the Clean Cooking Alliance. Dymphna has more than 25 years of experience managing and leading global development, energy, and climate initiatives in the nonprofit and private sectors. Most recently, she led international corporate engagement with the World Wildlife Fund's climate and energy team. Welcome. So there we have Ms. Damilola Ogunbiyi, welcome. She's the CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All and co-chair of the UN Energy. With Mrs. Ogunbiyi at the helm, Sustainable Energy for All has entered into a working relationship with over 200 partners, supported over 90 countries globally, and secured the commitments of more than 600 billion in energy finance. So we have this very distinguished panel. I'm very, very happy to be here with you, also representing the Council of Energy of Engineers for the Energy Transition, advising the Secretary General of the United Nations. So with further ado, I'll go through our program, inviting Ms. Haidara Fatou. Oh, sorry, I forgot one. Oh, yes. Sorry, Alexander, sorry. Last but not least, Alexander Haack is heading the global program Energizing Development, as well as the Endeavour GCF project on climate-friendly cooking. Prior to his current position, Alexander Haack has worked for the GIZ in Turkey as cluster coordinator for energy and climate. Before that, he advised the Federal German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development on global sustainable energy policies. So welcome, Alexander, and welcome you all. We'll move on into our program, starting with the address of Mrs. Haidara Fatou, please.
Thank you. Good, I think it's still good morning. Good morning, everyone. I've been introduced already. I'm from UNIDO, Deputy to the Director General, and I will be delivering the remarks on behalf of the DG. And so I'm very privileged to be sharing the stage with such a prestigious panel. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yumkella, I have the pleasure to deliver these remarks to open a discussion at the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum on a topic as important, as consequential as clean cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, 2.4 billion people worldwide are still without access to clean fuels and technologies for cooking. Almost 75% of these people live in just 20 countries in Africa and Asia. UNIDO recognizes that there is an urgent case for working in these countries to accelerate access to clean cooking. The dependence on unsustainable biomass-based cooking practices has far-reaching implications, not only for our environment, but also for the health and well-being of individuals, especially women and children. The burning of biomass fuels also contributes to massive deforestation, releases harmful greenhouse gases, and exacerbates climate change. This needs to change. The world will need to accelerate a shift to sustainable and clean cooking solutions to meet the targets of SDG 7 and 9 by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, UNIDO's mandate of inclusive and sustainable industrial development is of great importance in this regard. Amongst others, we emphasize the link between agriculture, industry, and the energy sectors in achieving the economic empowerment of developing countries. Against this background, UNIDO's bioenergy program, through its Global Impact Program for Clean Cooking, assists countries to shift to modern, clean cooking fuels and technologies. The bioenergy program promotes innovation in technologies, policies, financing, and partnerships to bring clean cooking fuels and technologies to the market at scale. In order to scale up and fast-track SDG 7, UNIDO and its partners, the Clean Cooking Alliance, Sustainable Energy for All, and the OPEC Fund, among them, launched the Council on Ethanol Clean Cooking, CECC, during COP27 in Egypt. I'm very pleased to inform you that as of today, 15 countries and 11 partner organizations, including research institutions, have confirmed their membership of the Council. UNIDO, while hosting the Secretariat of the Council on Ethanol Clean Cooking, intends to join hands with the Climate Finance and Energy Innovation Hub established by Sustainable Energy for All, the OPEC Fund, and the UN Capital Development Fund to scale up financing for clean cooking. UNIDO and the OPEC Fund are already working together to support the government of Madagascar in developing a national clean cooking transition program to support the government's ambition to reduce massive deforestation and land degradation. UNIDO calls upon all of us, partners, governments, community-based organizations, development partners, and individuals to come together, pool our resources, and commit to ensuring universal access to clean cooking by 2030. In doing so together, we can aspire to create a world devoid of poverty and hunger, a world in which industry propels eco-friendly economies, enhances quality of life, and safeguards a sustainable environment for both current and future generations, ensuring that no one is left behind. On that note, I wish you all fruitful and dynamic deliberations. Thank you very much, and this was on behalf of the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatou, and this was a real call for action for universal access to clean cooking by 2030. And I noticed also pointing out the eco-friendly economies. Very nice. Now please welcome Mr. Abdulhamid Al-Khalifa, Director General of the OPEC Fund.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start this speech by thanking UNIDO for the organization of this important event and for being such a valuable partner in the implementation of our joint effort to fight energy poverty. According to the latest UN figures, and maybe this is maybe just a small difference from the number that you mentioned, around 2.3 billion people lack access to clean cooking solutions around the world, with the lowest access rates in sub-Saharan Africa. Indoor air pollutions from the use of traditional fuels for cooking cause millions of deaths every year. This is a topic which has been at the forefront of the OPEC Fund advocacy and operations for some time now. We are dedicated to addressing this issue through a multi-vectorial approach. As a development finance institution, we are aiming to facilitate funding. Our climate action plan commits us to dedicate 40% of all new financing to climate-related projects by 2030. Together with SE for All, we recently also launched a climate finance and energy innovation hub with the aim of providing a policy and finance global platform to attract sector investments, particularly for clean cooking and energy transition in frontier markets. We are mainstreaming necessary measures and valuable solutions throughout our operations. At the same time, we are setting up new facilities to promote innovative approaches. Achieving universal access to clean cooking will depend on strong national leadership and program reinforced by international financial support. Financial backing for consumers to help them manage upfront stove costs and ongoing fuel costs is a key enabler in this respect. We are coordinating our efforts with our partners, in particular the Arab Coordination Group, which committed $24 billion to climate action at last year's COP27. We are also seeking to leverage resources from other development partners through financing partnerships, such as the Energy Access and Climate Action Trust Fund, which was launched thanks to the contribution from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. While the Trust's overarching objective is the SDG delivery, the initial focus will be on clean cooking. Promoting clean cooking is an essential part of a just energy transition. Financial incentives are vital to accelerate the proliferation of clean cooking technologies. And local specificities have to be taken into account. A wide choice of options are available today, ranging from liquefied petroleum gas, electric cooking, biomass applications, and ethanol applications, to the use of solar technology. Technology is a key. Equally so is giving adequate attention to gender consideration. By almost every metric, women suffer most from the lack of access to clean cooking solutions, impacting their health and depriving them of educational and professional opportunities. Translating our commitment into action, the OPEC Fund, in cooperation with SE for All and UNIDO, launched an ambitious clean cooking program in Madagascar. We are also planning to support similar initiatives over the next 3 years in other African countries, including, but not limited to, Comoros, Kenya, Malawi, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. These projects will complement other activities, such as developing integrated energy access plans and assessing clean cooking investment opportunities, initiated under our climate finance and energy innovation hub. The OPEC Fund welcomes other initiatives in this area, such as the Council on Ethanol Clean Cooking, launched by UNIDO at COP27. And we look forward to partnering in the Climate Finance and Energy Innovation Hub. Together with UNIDO and SE for All, we will also promote clean cooking as part of our broader collaboration at COP28 in December, to ensure we attract and involve many more partners in support of this critical undertaking. Together, we can and we will make a lasting impact. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Khalifa, and a very important part of the action plan is set out with the funding. Now, please welcome Mr. Kandeh Yumkella.
Good morning, all. I feel like a proud grandfather standing here. 16 years ago, I conceived the Vienna Energy Forum. Tough in those days. People said they did not need another forum, but I knew there was a vacuum for energy for development. And indeed, El Harbish, my brother El Harbish, before you, sir, supported me. Madam Haidara was there. So I feel like a grandfather for another reason. Next to Damilola, Sustainable Energy for All. I started that as well. And then, of course, my dear friend as well, Dymphna. I was there when we started Clean Cooking Alliance. And I see in her typical modest way, Sheila at the back there, we pushed the agenda on clean cooking in those days. Ed Brown is here from the University of Loughborough. But it's a pleasure to be here. And of course, you've heard all the statistics and the reasons why we must address clean cooking. After being an advocate, an organizer, and everything for 20 years, my president then asked me 2 months ago, well, come do it now in Sierra Leone. So now I face the challenge that everything we've said, I have to do. And so I'm here, happy to be back after 10 years as former Director General of UNIDO, to be here as you address all these issues. First comment, as Mr. El Khalifa said, the technologies are known. It's about deployment, and to deploy, you need to make it local. Clean cooking is complex because it's multidimensional. It is cultural, and it's traditional. Therefore, to address it, it must be localized. And indeed, second, Mr. OPEC Fund mentioned it, you need political will. We've treated clean cooking as an orphan issue. We talk about everything else, and then we think about it later. But it is a big issue. In my country, it's an existential issue. With almost 90% of the people relying on charcoal and firewood, the forests are disappearing. It's affecting the health of our people, but also slowing economic growth. In the agriculture systems, post-harvest, all the activities there require heat solutions. Heat solutions. And in my country, as in many in sub-Saharan Africa, all of those solutions are provided by charcoal and firewood. It's an economic issue, because it also is affecting morbidity. WHO says it's amongst the top 5 causes of morbidity now in Africa. To deal with it, we have to raise it high. And so indeed in Sierra Leone, thanks to my new position, we'll be establishing a delivery unit within the presidency. And I want to thank all 3 of them. I hosted my first climate resilience and just energy transition conference last week. And SE for All, CCA, MEX, University all supported me. 20 people came in within 3 weeks to say, Kandeh is sitting in the chair now, we better help him deliver solutions. We're 8.5 million people. So everything we say at this conference, let's apply it in my country, Madam Haidara. So I'm here to say I'm really pleased. Clean cooking has to be raised, but we have to do that. In Kenya and Sierra Leone, we're putting it at the level of the presidency. We hope again in COP we'll raise that to get more African countries to realize that when you cut the tape for the next power plant, they have to show you a plan that in fact the cooking load will be added. When you design the next generation of mini-grids, Damilola said something today, but I used to say it differently, Damilola. When you put 3 light bulbs in a home in poor Africa, in my village, you're shining a light on poverty. You're not changing poverty. You're just exposing it more. Today, we need more power. 1,000 kilowatt hour per person per year, you said. Sometimes I say even more. But the fact is you need it for productive use. Then you change the income levels of the people. But more importantly, the next mini-grid must take the cooking load. If you want to stop the deforestation in the rural areas, give them power enough that they can use an electric pressure cooker. Or alternatively, they can use ethanol. I visited the ethanol cocoa networks in Kenya 3 weeks ago. There are solutions already. I was there seeing Cocoa Network celebrating when they hit 1 million customers with stoves that they sell for $15 because they can access climate finance to make it cheap. And ethanol is available to do that easily. It's even more competitive than LPG. But the solutions are known: LPG, ethanol, electric cooking. The solutions are known. We need to scale up. We need political will, the right policy environment, and yes, sir, we need finance. So we're very pleased that under your leadership, I heard the programs you mentioned, that we're driving this. Let me say this finally, that at least in my career, I found that there's some things I left hanging. But with Sustainable Energy for All and the Vienna Energy Forum, we pick those issues that people don't want to address. And clean cooking is one of those. Let's drive it. Let's not back off. Let's keep driving it. One day the world will wake up, as they did wake up for an SDG 7. I also felt good looking at SDG 7 and 9. I led the creation of both. So as a proud grandfather, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yumkella. And yes, we need to rise it high. I liked that. And the productive uses connected to the clean cooking solutions. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Damilola Ogunbiyi, please.
I was hoping, and I think the only note I told the organizers is, please let me speak before Kandeh. He calls himself a grandfather, but in our culture, he's more like our godfather. in West Africa. We're extremely proud of him, and I see him as a true mentor. But I'm also extremely proud to be on a panel with people who are actually doing stuff instead of just making commitments. Obviously, my sister, Dymphna, with the Clean Cooking Alliance, going into the countries, setting up the delivery units is absolutely key. UNIDO for bringing us all together and championing a lot of these incentives, but also OPEC Fund. This isn't a natural place for them, but they took a leap of faith and they understood that people and climate matters. So they funded us and they continue to fund groundbreaking projects in member states that's not their own to make sure that this clean cooking agenda is critical. And then Sheila back there with the whole gender piece. And I know like people say, oh, gender and energy, like it's not a like to have, it's an absolute. We're not going to win the climate change challenges that we have if gender isn't a firm part of that. And you know, it's so sad that in 2023 we're still trying to elevate the conversation on clean cooking or elevate the conversation on gender when a lot of us from the continent are just living it every single day. And we see a lot of women stepping up in these communities with their different adaptation and mitigating actions that are not being recognized. Instead, we have to come to these forums. I think it was just really important for me to highlight this fact. I think, you know, for me, and I remember speaking to Dymphna and Kandeh, I was frankly embarrassed when I took on this role that I did not understand the role that clean cooking has in the whole ecosystem of everything we're talking about. So apart from the appalling gender-based violence figures that we are seeing because of not having access, just women trying to feed their families, walking miles that we can't walk on our Fitbits to go and get fuelwood to come back. If they don't have the food on time, they are likely to have some violence put on top of them by their own spouse, just blew my mind. It just shows how ignorant that we are in developing states to what is really happening on ground. It's also, I believe, the 4th or 5th largest cause of mortality for an African woman today. So let's put this into consideration. We have all these multiple crises going on, but we have something that is literally killing every year 4 to 5 million people, but we are talking about elevating the conversation. This is things that it doesn't settle well for me. As a mother of 2 young girls, I can't even imagine that there are other children that live that world. There are children that have to decide to go to school or get fuelwood. That is the decision that has to happen. And their mothers and women that have to decide, am I going to cook for my family and feed my family when I know I'm actually harming myself? So I really, really want us to put this human face to everything we're doing. Our initiatives, including the ones we have with Sustainable Energy for All, with CCA, and especially with OPEC Fund, we have to work faster. We have to work in a manner, because every day we're not working, somebody is dying. We are frontline workers. So everybody, if you take anything away from this, is what can you go back and do or channel within your organization to help us really resolve this? Because it's so embarrassing as a community that we are still talking about the issue instead of talking about the solutions which already exist. You know, there's Mex here with the cooking solutions. There are e-cooking things. There's ethanol. There's other various sources that exist now. But we have to get them in the hands of especially the women who need it the most. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Ogunbiyi. Yes, there is a human face, and this is about people's everyday life, about their health and welfare. Now please welcome Ms. Dymphna van der Lans, Chief Executive Officer of the Clean Cooking Alliance.
Me too. Despite your high heels, I need to elevate it a little bit after Damilola. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here this morning and have an entire afternoon at the Vienna Energy and Climate Forum focused on the important issue of clean cooking. When I started as the CEO of the Clean Cooking Alliance 5 years ago, clean cooking was not nearly as prominent on the agenda of these major energy and climate gatherings, so we have come a long way. And for that, I would like to thank the co-organizers, UNIDO, the Council on Ethanol for Clean Cooking, GIZ, OPEC Fund, and SE for All, who alongside the Clean Cooking Alliance have been working to elevate this issue and drive much needed ambition and investment across the clean cooking ecosystem. But we still have a long way to go. Worldwide, billions of people still lack access to clean cooking, which results in millions, as Damilola mentioned, premature deaths, large quantities of climate pollutants, unabated forest degradation in global diversity hotspots, and a continuous burden on women and children. Given this enormous impact, it is unacceptable that clean cooking solutions attract such a minuscule fraction of international climate finance and private capital. The current level of funding and investment in the clean cooking sector has not matched the global magnitude of the challenge, hovering around 200 million per year, and is highly concentrated in a small number of countries, technologies, and ventures. If this current funding and financing trend continues, nearly 2 billion people will still be without access in 2030. Thankfully, we have the knowledge and the technologies to provide affordable clean cooking to every person in the world, if governments, investors, and the private sector make it a priority. The first key to solving this challenge is political leadership. When presidents and prime ministers create mechanisms like a dedicated clean cooking delivery unit, they are demonstrating that clean cooking is a national priority that requires government-wide action and dedicated funding. By having a delivery unit, ministries of energies and ministries of environment can be brought together to build rigorous clean cooking carbon frameworks. Progress against national targets can be tracked and reported. Policies can be refined to encourage more private sector investment, and clean cooking can be embedded into national health, climate, gender equality, and development agendas in a whole-of-government approach. Governments are increasingly recognizing that clean cooking is the energy issue that has been left behind for far too long. They want to change that narrative and see delivery units as an opportunity to tackle the issue in a transformative and targeted way. At the Africa Climate Summit in September, the government of Kenya and CCA announced the inaugural Clean Cooking Delivery Unit, a team of experts embedded within the Office of the President, with an emphasis on unlocking private sector capital and carbon finance to deliver Kenya's ambitious climate and clean energy goals. The delivery unit will be housed at the highest level of government and will report to Special Climate Envoy Ali Mohammed. Sierra Leone's chairman of the Special Initiative for Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security to the President, Kandeh Yumkella, also announced that his country is prepared to join Kenya and CCA with its own delivery unit. Several additional African presidential offices are in discussions with us to join the delivery units network, which will offer technical support, capacity building, and funding to support national-led clean cooking transitions. With strong government leadership in place, we now need to unlock significantly more funding and investment from current and new pools of capital. The Clean Cooking System strategy led by CCA highlighted that investments of at least $10 billion per year are needed to achieve universal access. Yet we're only seeing flows in the millions of dollars today. Sources of innovative finance, especially through the carbon and domestic financial markets, have the potential to narrow this funding gap. This is why CCA launched the Catalytic Finance Accelerator, which aims to mobilize at least $100 million in new commitments by 2026 and $500 million by 2030. The Catalytic Finance Accelerator is a coalition of representatives from the clean cooking, carbon, and financial markets who share a common vision: clean cooking markets that attract growing numbers of investors, outcome buyers, and funders, offering a range of financial instruments to clean cooking companies and projects across their maturity cycle, in diverse country contexts, and transitioning billions of customers to higher-tier cooking solutions. Yet even with political will and increased finance to scale clean cooking at the pace required, we also need systems-wide partnerships to drive implementation. We must maintain clean cooking into broader agendas, including climate, nature, food systems, and sustainable cities. We need a paradigm shift in approaches that is built around holistic systems-level partnerships that bring together a diverse set of stakeholders to address all dimensions of this issue. Clean cooking initiatives require significant resources, including funding, technical expertise, and infrastructure. Cross-cutting collaborative partnerships allow for the pooling of these resources, rapid innovation, and knowledge sharing across the ecosystem. System-level partnerships provide a framework for long-term collaboration, ensuring that initiatives are not short-lived and depend on inclusion and participation of diverse voices, especially women, youth, and indigenous communities. These partnerships create a sense of collective responsibility, making it more likely that commitments will be honored and progress will continue even beyond initial milestones. For example, at the Africa Climate Summit, CCA announced the launch of a new Africa Conservation and Clean Cooking Collective, together with the Africa Wildlife Foundation and the Africa Development Bank, to drive a more comprehensive, coordinated, and African-led approach to conservation, landscape restoration, and clean cooking, helping to address some of the region's most pressing climate, environmental, gender, and health issues. CCA is also partnering closely with the IEA, where at the launch event only last week for the IEA's new World Energy Outlook, Dr. Fatih Birol confirmed his strong support for clean cooking as Africa's #1 energy and climate issue, calling it a golden opportunity for Europe to invest in Africa and support a complete transition to clean cooking. As such, he's bringing forth a proposal to European leaders to mobilize $4 billion euros in commitments to urgently address the clean cooking issue in Africa. As we approach COP28, clean cooking is at a precipice, and there is no more time to waste with incremental funding and pilot projects. I hope the presentations and the discussions today inspire deeper engagement and collaboration. We must collectively continue this momentum to ensure no one's lives are limited by how they cook. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. van der Lans, for this addressing the realities of the ground and the need to really accelerate action on the ground. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Alexander Haack, who will be speaking on behalf of Ms. Ingrid Gabriela Hoffen from GIC. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much to the organizers again for inviting us here. Also thanks to the distinguished panelists here for already, I think, outlining quite a couple of the issues, so to say, that are hindering more progress in the area of clean cooking in particular. I think for us as GIZ, the issue of how to design this transition in a just manner is of key importance. I mean, you hear a lot of talks about the just energy transitions across the globe currently. It's mainly focusing on the off-grid sector, on decarbonizing existing energy systems. And we think it's crucial to not forget about the people that do not have access to clean cooking yet, to the people that are left behind currently, the current, let's say, paradigm and regime. I see that things are also changing slowly. It reminds me a little bit, of the emerging, let's say, climate discussion many, many years ago. It was also kind of a sidetrack issues, and then it slowly but gradually kind of ventured into, let's say, the major consensus, the political consensus across the globe. And now the climate issue is the one overarching issue globally when you talk to political leaders across the globe. And I think this is something that we working in this clean cooking space actually also can capitalize on. I think there is great momentum currently. We haven't seen such a momentum since the last 10, 15 years in this area, because there's a strong focus on climate, but the positive climate impacts of clean cooking solutions, the one that are out there already, the one that the previous speakers were mentioning here already, they are heavily paying into mitigation efforts, of course, and this is very attractive both for the countries in which these solutions are implemented, but of course also for the voluntary carbon markets. So I think currently we're looking at a constellation that is actually able to push this paradigm shift that we are asking for forward in a much more fast manner than we saw in the past. We have a lot of advocacy globally. I mean, what the people here on the panel have been doing over the past couple of years, I think, is really tremendously in terms of advocating for the sake of clean cooking and the importance of clean cooking. And I think it's triggering in. It's maybe not enough, but we're moving into the right direction, I think, really with a very high-level political engagement that they were able to pull off. Of course, finance is always an issue. It's still not enough. I think if we are smart, we can use the current momentum as part of the voluntary carbon market trajectory that we see, particularly in the ICS and the improved cook stove sector, to design these instruments in a smart way, in a sustainable way, so that we can capitalize on it. That we actually also can support a leapfrogging. I mean, we are looking at e-cooking now. It's been a niche theme also that. My colleague here, Ed, from Max, has been working on for the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years probably. Nobody wanted to listen. And suddenly this idea now is gaining a lot of momentum, a lot of traction. There was the announcement of the Global E-Cooking Coalition, which I'm sure you'll venture into more details later, so I'm not going to steal your speaking points here. But it's really something, I think, something new, basically. And there's a lot of attention, and there's a lot of potential, I think, that we actually are able to pull off here. And we also see gradually that national governments really are buying into the issue. And it was mentioned before, I mean, this is key. If the national governments are not behind it and are not working on it, so to say, and working on the conducive framework conditions, then it's really hard to push this change, of course, forward. And again, if we design these instruments smart, if the national government, can use the mitigated CO2 emissions to report against the NDCs, there are a lot of opportunities left and right, I think, in pushing for this clean cooking agenda that we sometimes maybe are missing out left and right. So I think there are a lot of opportunities actually out there, so to say. Of course, we have to tackle it, and yes, we have to work on more finance for these solutions. Maybe we also have to look at how to amplify our own efforts in different constellations in the future and in different alliances also, looking at scalability of approaches. I mean, we are implementing one project currently in Kenya and Senegal where we are really trying to transform the entire market in the countries and say, okay, let's go for 3, 4, 5 national champions that are really able to produce on a massive scale and using economies of scale to close that affordability gap that we still obviously have in many countries. So I think there are a lot of promising opportunities currently that we just need to drive forward. And of course, we shouldn't wait until tomorrow. We should start with that today. I'm very much looking forward to the discussions in the next couple of hours here in this plenary, in this forum, together with all of you, diving a little bit deeper into the different sectors, because, well, the future is here basically already. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, getting traction and accelerating. I will not try to summarize so much, but I think this has set the tone for the rest of our conversation. And to the benefit of time, we will move on. We have 3 fantastic panels. I want to thank the distinguished guests and the panelists here today. For really reminding us of the human face, of the fact that the technologies are there, the funding is starting to come, but needs to ramp up, and the importance of acting on the ground and really taking the political leadership to pull together all the forces that are required. Thank you very much, and there will be soon a video, but before that, we're going to have a group picture with the panelists, please. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. In breaking now, we have a short video on a Tanzania clean cooking project.
UNIDO, in collaboration with the Vice President's Office and other key stakeholders, under support from the Global Environment Facility, has developed the project for the promotion of bioethanol as clean alternate fuel for cooking in Tanzania.
This project already kicked off following an initial pilot that we did in Zanzibar. And we are glad to say that we're not doing it single-handedly as UNIDO, but in fact we are collaborating with a private sector institution that won the bid, that is Consumer Choice Limited.
Mradi wa majiko ya spirit kwa kweli tuliupokea vizuri na ulitufurahisha sana.
Wanawake wenzangu nawaambia wanunue moto safi, ni jiko zuri, sababu kwa mazingira ya nyumbani mikoani inakuwa mkaa ni shida, kuni ni shida, kwa hiyo ukienda nalo inakuwa ina nafuu.
Okay, we're ready to go. For the first panel on sharing lessons from clean cooking policies and projects implementation, we will have a series of presentations of lessons learned, successful experiences on the ground. And for leading this panel, I'm going to invite Ms. Caroline Ochieng. She's a finance specialist from SE for All. Please, Caroline, the floor is yours.
Yes, greetings all of you, and thank you for joining this session. And so our session is more of like what we had in the first session. There was a lot of call for action and greatly recognizing that there's an important, if there's no political commitment, we don't get much in terms of clean cooking. So that's exactly what this session will be focusing on. What are the country actions? What has been successful and what are the challenges? And so to join me for that discussion, I have a very distinguished panel consisting of various government representatives and also key sector stakeholders. And so I'll just invite them one by one to join me in the panel. So I'll start with Mr. Thierry Andriansoa. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Yes, so Thierry is the Secretary General of the Ministry in charge of energy in Madagascar. Welcome to the panel. Sorry. Okay, my second panelist is Emilian Nyanda. So Mr. Nyanda is the Principal Energy Officer and Head of Environmental Management Unit within the Tanzanian Ministry of Energy. Welcome to the panel. And then I have Mr. Dan Marangu. Yes, so Mr. Marangu is the Director General at the Renewable Energy Directorate, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum of Kenya. And the fourth panelist, we have Ms. Justine Akumu, who is the Energy Officer at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda. And then my next two panelists. Yes, next we have Ms. Lindsay Umala. Is she here? Okay, maybe she'll join us later, but Lindsay is the Director of Market Strengthening at Clean Cooking Alliance. And then we have Professor Ed Brown. Yes, Ed is the Research Director of Modern Energy Cooking Services, MEX. Yes, so thank you and welcome to the panel. So I have we have just 30 minutes, and so I have some 3 key questions that I would like you to address for this session. And again, as we said, focusing on action, political commitment, as well as the opportunities within the clean cooking sector. Yes. Okay, so finally we are complete. So this is Lindsay Umala from Clean Cooking Alliance. Okay, so I'll proceed with, so we have 3 key questions that we are supposed to address during the 30 minutes we have on this panel. And I think I would like to start with Mr. Dan Marangu. And the question is that what innovative policies or programs has your government implemented to achieve universal access to clean cooking by 2030? So let's start with that.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know if I'm audible. And as I've been introduced, I'm Dan Marangu. I work for the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum of Kenya. I'm the director in charge of renewable energy, specifically by energy. I'm happy to join you this afternoon so that we can discuss this very important program we have, especially in clean cooking. As the speakers who have spoken before us have said, clean cooking is a key priority for us and the world so that we can achieve the aspiration of SDG 7. As a country, we have several policies and strategies to actually get the target we have set ourselves up to. And as a country, we have a target of universal access to clean cooking and modern energy services for cooking by 2028. And to achieve that, we have an energy policy which was formulated in 2018 with a very robust provision on renewable energy, upscaling, and also clean cooking. To support that policy, there was an Energy Act of 2019, which has provisions on how this can be achieved. It has created institutional frameworks to achievement of renewable and also clean cooking. We have a full-fledged directorate at the ministry, which is looking at renewable and under it also clean cooking. We also have an enhanced mandate for an agency called Renewable Energy and the Renewable Energy Corporation. And this act enhanced its mandate so that it can be able to look generally. Before it was looking only rural electrification, but with the enhanced mandate in clean cooking, it has energy centers across the country. And one of the key areas they have is promotion of clean cooking through the energy centers. We also have a provision in that act that national and county government, because we have two levels of government in Kenya, national and county, and there is a provision to have integrated energy planning process, which has started. It's an obligation, and in that we have at the national level and the county level. At the county level, we have the framework to guide the process, and the counties have been taken through a capacity building program through the support of the EU, which we call Sustainable Energy Training, technical assistance. And we have a whole chapter in the energy planning for counties dealing with clean cooking because of the urgency we want to achieve that. Overall, we have several projects and programs which are undergoing. We have a project under GCF NDEF dealing with the promotion of clean cooking, especially artisanal clean cooking appliances. And the project, which has been mentioned here by colleagues from GIZ and NDEF, aims at making this activity professional so that we can be able to have improved cook stills deployed at scale across the country, especially targeting the rural communities, which at the moment we are talking about 80 to 90% using 3-stone open fires. And we have a transitional plan so that they can maybe transit to improve cook stoves as we move to higher tier solutions. But basically, we also have in Kenya now, having, as it was announced here, a DU unit, which we are working with the CCA to implement in the country. But apart from that, we are also finalizing the overarching clean cooking strategy, which aims at the promotion of all solutions, and it is aimed at providing a roadmap to the target I mentioned earlier for the universal access by 2028. It's an ambitious target, and we need all partners on board so that we can achieve. But as a country, because we have prioritized clean cooking at a higher level of government, we are looking at all solutions. We are looking at improved cook stoves. We are looking at ethanol. We are looking at LPG as a transition fuel, e-cooking, all the solutions so that we can be able to achieve the target. Finally, we also have a very vibrant private sector involvement in clean cooking. We, as a government, we have also provided incentives so that we can accelerate the adoption. And we have some of the appliances zero-rated for VAT. We also have other incentives in components of manufacturing of cook stoves. And we have a very vibrant sector in Kenya, which is led by private sector. You have heard of Cocoa Enterprise. We also have BAN, which has a high-tier stoves for firewood and charcoal. So we have a very good private sector participation in this process. As we upscale, what we are looking at is that we have more programs, more projects at scale, and we have some. I mentioned maybe like 3. We have a GCF and a program which we are implementing with Senegal, as I have mentioned, to make the sector professional and have more upscaling across the country. we have also a program on COSAP, which is targeting underserved counties, like 14, and it has a clean cooking component. Lastly, we have a Japan UNDP program which we are implementing now, and it is targeting at accelerating the adoption of clean cooking solution to homestead and institution. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And from what you've covered, so there are very clear policies. So there's a planning process, there's legislative measures, as well as private sector involvement. So I think my next question would be from the colleague from Ministry of Energy Tanzania, and to try to understand what policies and also any programs that you have for clean cooking in Tanzania, but also focusing a lot on what role the private sector plays in these initiatives. Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. Now, maybe to start with the policies, probably I would rephrase the question, but nevertheless, in compliance to the program, whether we, if we are honest, whether we have really innovative policy or not, it's questionable, because if we had really innovative policies, we wouldn't have been where we are, whereby close to 90 or 85% to 90% of our people still relying on the unsustainable biomass for cooking. But what are we really doing? As most of the country, of course, we have the policies in place, but what we have been really lacking is the implementation tools. We have the National Energy Policy, which is, among other issues, is trying to look at the issue of promotion of clean cooking solutions, so that we reduce the gap from high dependence on the unsustainable biomass for cooking, which is resulting into the obvious reasons everyone knows: the deforestation, the gender issues, and the health. So now in the energy sector, what we have been lacking is the implementation strategy, and what we are really doing now, and this is the presidential ambition, where now we are finalizing the national clean cooking strategy. By this November or December, we'll have the document spelling up the roadmap on how do we really get it to, of course, universal access. We are saying, no, it's with reservations. By 2032, we want 80% of our people have shifted to clean cooking solutions. So other initiatives, as my colleague mentions, we are one of the countries where our we have rural energy agencies are not the rural electrification agencies, as most of our colleagues are. So in this agency, we have dedicated part of it for promotion of clean cooking solutions. And what they are doing in this segment is to support the private sector towards implementation of clean cooking solutions. And of course, our motto is to really look at every solutions, but the priority is on the home grown solutions. For instance, if you look at the agricultural or forest-based sector, most of their products is about 70% goes to waste. And now, if you don't improve the technology, what are you doing? So in the energy sector, we are saying, no, let us come with innovative technological solutions to convert this perceived to be waste into energy. So the issue of briquettes, I was even wondering, the top guys here, they have moved.
And most of them, they are talking of electricity is one of our e-cooking, it's okay. Even the support for electrification for productive use, it's okay. But looking at our economic limitation, now we have to really promote some of their homegrown solutions, and the technology is the key aspect, and that is what our Rural Energy Agency is also looking at. So our counterpart from the environment, we have also developed the national determined contribution, whereby the issue of clean cooking is also one of our country's priorities in mitigating and adaptation measures. We are also, we have the national climate change, which is also strategy, which is also looking at the issue of clean cooking. So in terms of programs, we have a number of programs. We are promoting the private sector through different initiatives. And we UNIDO now, you are about to play this video. We are part of the implementing agency in the bioethanol clean cooking solutions. And recently we have also acquired a project called Integrated Approach to Clean Cooking Solution, in which bioethanol is one of the components. And going by UNIDO's experience on the JEF project, was also given part of the component to be implemented by UNIDO. So the Rural Energy Agency, we have also developed the Rural Energy Master Plan with electrification, of course, and clean cooking as part of the plan. And so we are also implementing the Energy Efficiency Action Plan, in which we are also considering the issue of clean cooking. We have also come up with the initiative on the minimum energy performance with energy efficiency, but we are also looking at cooking appliances, as if we want to promote, you need the standard. So we are, in so doing, we are including all the stakeholders. I should not forget the issue of gender. For us, the clean cooking, we are also linking with our counterpart from the ministry responsible for gender. And for your information, and coming the COP28, our president will be launching one of the African women in climate and clean cooking. So I was happy to see Sheila there. I was hinting to her that you are, for your information, you are one of the moderators during the COP28 when our president will be launching that African initiative. So there is a lot happening, and for us to get where we are, we have really to do much on the enabling environment. Not the way we are now. We have the policies, but what we are lacking is the implementation. So I'm calling upon all of us to partner in implementation of our policies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that intervention. And I'm realizing our time is really running fast. So I think for you, yes, Ms. Akumu, what I would ask is, like to just summarize for us, what do you see has worked well in Uganda when it comes to the interventions you have on clean cooking, as well as what is not? And because we still have a large share of population still not having access to clean cooking, despite all the efforts that are being put in place. So just some lessons learned in terms of what's working and what are the key areas for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Our situation is very similar to that of Uganda and Kenya and other governments who share about cooking. Maybe what I can say is starting to work is the fact that, you know, in the past we only had one solution, and it was, you know, promoting improved biomass stoves. And here the intention was, okay, you know, let's use more efficient biomass stoves. We did not have other solutions. But when we did more research, we observed that actually households were consuming more charcoal than they even were paying for their electricity bill. We also saw an emerging, you know, opportunity in other alternatives. For instance, ethanol. I think Uganda produces the largest quantity of ethanol. I think we manufacture about 410,000 liters of ethanol daily. We are actually exporting to the whole of the East African region, but we did not see the opportunity in ethanol for cooking. So now that's ethanol and its ability to actually drive, you know, create a market for the agricultural sector where we're actually suffering. We had no markets for our sugarcane, our maize. Our land is not actually being utilized because we don't have market beyond, you know, our consumption. So we saw an opportunity there, and when we saw the opportunity in cooking with ethanol, the fact that our electricity was in surplus, it's not being consumed, and yet households are cooking with charcoal. And then luckily enough, you know, there was a lot of work emerging with MEX. With our interactions, we were introduced to efficient electric cooking appliances that even proved, you know, showed that you can use electricity to cook at a much cheaper cost compared to charcoal. And once our government saw that, for the first time, our government was excited about cooking. They said, wait, there's an opportunity here. We can actually use cooking to drive electricity demand, because we actually, even within the East African region, our electricity consumption, per capita consumption, is among the lowest. We have surplus electricity. It's not being consumed. Government is paying a lot of money in dimmed energy. So the excitement about cooking with electricity was actually a game changer. So right now what the government is looking at is integrating e-cooking, actually cooking with electricity in the electrification plans and programs. We are seeing an opportunity that actually electricity, efficient cooking appliances can actually drive the consumption of electricity and can be the motivation for one to actually get their house connected to electricity. So it's top on government's list. We're actually looking at e-cooking as a productive use of electricity. We are also observing the opportunity in with ethanol. We now have a private-public partnership. One of the largest distilleries, it's called Bukona Agro, which is producing about 40,000 liters a day of ethanol. And we're seeing an opportunity for private investment and also private partnerships. We currently, actually starting 1st July, we have waived all taxes on denatured ethanol. That is, there is no excise duty, there is no VAT. So with that, we see that the price of ethanol for cooking can actually go down to about $0.6. And yes, we also see an opportunity with carbon. And here this comes in, for instance, the experts say very quickly that cooking with, so for instance, biogas has higher quality of carbon credits. I don't know what that means, but you fetch more on carbon. And yes, so we are now designing, you know, looking at that opportunity, designing our clean cooking programs, you know, with the opportunity to get money from the Article 6. And also, for the case of Uganda, our grid is renewable. Therefore, we see the opportunity with cooking using the Article 6 financing mechanism. So government is really keenly designing that with support of the GECO initiative to help us actually get the best deal for an Article 6 carbon cooking program. I guess the biggest lesson has been to, I think, to integrate, first of all, make cooking a priority. In the past, it was, you know, deforestation, this and that. Whereas, you know, yes, that was the issue. It wasn't really the biggest thing on the agenda. For my ministry in particular, whose top priority is to increase access to electricity, But when we saw the opportunity that cooking can actually drive the demand for electricity, I think that was one of the biggest opportunities, and also the political leadership, helping them understand the opportunity in terms of creating jobs. Our politicians, our leaders, for instance, our ministers also serve as members of parliament. So when you show them the opportunity that cooking can actually create a green job, and for youth and women, that can be also a big driver. So as we transition to cleaner solutions, our top priority as government is to have universal clean cooking by 2040. And that is under our energy policy that was launched in 2023. And we want an integrated approach. No single solution fits all, because we have different demographics. For instance, the rural community, requires a completely different energy solution from the urban communities. We also have the informal settlements within the urban communities. There is a need to plan for them. And what made charcoal penetrate so fast, and made it also hard to replace charcoal, is the fact that you can get the smallest quantities of charcoal on a daily basis. That speaks to the very poor of the poorest. So as you design a cooking intervention, how can you ensure that all, for instance, clusters of the community can benefit? In addition, we have recently discovered significant, the government is developing oil and gas, projects, and we see an opportunity for LPG. Our current consumption is about 37,000 tons per annum, which is again one of the lowest within the East African region. But we also see the opportunity of LPG as a transition fuel. And with our oil and gas activities, effective 2025, we will produce about 100,000 tons of LPG per annum. So we see an opportunity to also supply within the East African region to our neighbors. Here we are looking at South Sudan as well, and Rwanda. Yeah, maybe what I can say lastly is priorities. Lastly, local manufacture, as has been mentioned by our colleagues. For instance, the e-cooking solutions are all being imported into the country. We are substituting them with locally produced biomass stoves, substituting jobs. So it's very important that we ensure that we have as much, indigenous knowledge and local manufacture to ensure that, we create employment for those who might be affected by, the transition from the charcoal industry. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And it's good you brought out the e-cooking angle, and I think have Ed address that later. But it's also clear that different countries are considering different technology mixes when it comes to trying to get to the clean cooking goal. So now my next question is to Mr. Thierry, and unfortunately in the 4 languages I speak fluently, French is not one of them. So I'll still ask the question in English, and if you can give example of one key program that on clean cooking in Madagascar and the experience with that. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Caroline. My English is so bad, and I prefer to speak French.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Madagascar, c'est 28 millions d'habitants, 7 millions de foyers, 33% de taux d'accès à l'électricité, 80% d'usage exclusif de la biomasse en tant que cuisson, en bois de chauffe et charbon de bois. Seulement 400 grammes par habitant d'utilisation du GPL en tant que cuisson. C'est très loin des standards même de nos pays africains. Donc toute initiative est déjà une opportunité pour améliorer cela. Lors du COP27, le président a sollicité la communauté et surtout le secteur privé à soutenir Madagascar, car 70% de sa couverture forestière a déjà disparu et on estime que 100% de cette couverture disparaîtra d'ici même pas 10 ans si les mesures adéquates ne sont pas prises. Cet appel a été entendu, il y a eu des soutiens qui se sont manifestés Et la mise en œuvre des actions nécessite donc la modification ou la création de certains textes réglementaires, ce qui nous amène à définir les encouragements et la sécurisation des investissements dans ce secteur. Ces activités aussi sont encadrées car ce sont de nouvelles initiatives, souvent de nouvelles initiatives. Une lettre en ce sens, une lettre de politique en bioénergie est en cours de rédaction, et une loi qui va mettre en œuvre cette politique va être soumise au Parlement d'ici peu. Sur le court terme, la transition vers sur le court et moyen, sur le moyen et long terme, la bioénergie est une solution que nous avons adoptée, mais sur le court terme, pour solutionner ce problème de déforestation, la question de l'expansion de l'usage du GPL a été mise sur la table. Et sur ce point, des mesures incitatives fiscales ont été déjà adoptées, mais restent insuffisantes. Pour tous ces aspects, tous les acteurs ont été consultés et ont été mis à contribution pour que toutes les solutions soient inclusives, soit les aspects environnementaux liés au risque d'usage des sols juste pour des fins industrielles, autre que l'alimentation qui est déjà problématique aussi dans nos régions. Je vais citer quelques projets innovants en ce qui concerne la cuisson propre. On va citer le FIER ou financement intégré des énergies renouvelables, financement conjoint de l'ONUDI, du PNUD et de l'UNCDF, qui va servir à faire du de-risking financier et aussi pour mettre à l'échelle certains projets qui fonctionnent déjà, tels l'e-cooking. Je vois Madame Bataille qui est ici, qui œuvre dans ce domaine-là. Il y a aussi qui concerne aussi les incubateurs de projets et pourrait nous aider à trouver les financements pour les grands projets dans le secteur. Citant aussi le projet de cuisson propre et reforestation financé par l'OPEC Fund, dont le DG a déjà parlé tout à l'heure, et qui sert aussi à financer les futurs projets qui vont découler des préconisations des assistances techniques dans ce sens.
Okay, thank you. So maybe just briefly, based on the notes you sent me earlier, and it's that Madagascar is one of the countries where we really see impact of clean cooking, like in terms of 70% deforestation occurring in the country, of which lack of access to clean cooking is one of the contributors. So Madagascar has tried to link clean cooking strongly with its nationally determined contributions. And based on that, has also been opening up and really asking for investors to come into the country. But for that, there needs to be in place good policies and a legislative framework that can then unlock that, bring in private sector and other actors to the country. And so there has been, that's a lot that the country has been working on. With the support of OPEC Fund, there's UNIDO, UNCDF, as well as AC for All. So I've been working actively to support Madagascar towards that, and that's seen as a key to clean cooking. Okay, so then, yes. So I think throughout the conversations, the important role of private sector has come up. And so I'd like to know from you, Lindsay, the delivery units that the CCA is supporting in creating, how much, to what extent will this support in getting private sector to play a more active role in the clean cooking sector? Yes.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm excited to be with you all here today. I think if we take a little bit of a step back, I think the challenge is cooking's in everyone's home, but it has no natural home within government, which has always been a holdback for being able to deliver on universal access. And I think the second piece that's always been clear to I think most of us who have been in the sector for a while is that we can't deliver universal access without public-private partnership. That's an imperative to being able to achieve universal access. And I think when we look at the ecosystem and accelerating private sector, it means having partners in government who are raising ambition, as we've heard, who are setting targets, who are creating strategies that are fundable, that the private sector can play a role in. And I think for the private sector in particular, it's where we see research and development, it's where we're seeing last mile distribution, it's where we're seeing innovation come from, but we also have to capitalize them. And that means commitment from government in addition to foreign investment, in addition to private investment. And all three of those are necessary to come together to be able to create a role for the private sector to help reach every household. I think if you layer on top of that, that also means policy coherence at the government level. And I think that's really the ambition of the delivery unit, is to bring together the various parts of government we've talked about. It's not just the Ministry of Energy, it's the Ministry of Environment, it's the Ministry of Health, it's the utility, all having to come together and to speak to that broad ambition and say we're going to, whether it's offer green fiscal incentives around climate, whether it is reducing duty and VAT on delivery of bioethanol, or on electricity, or on import of stoves, that all has to come together. And I think what's exciting about the delivery units being announced, one in the Office of the President for the first 2 inaugural units in Sierra Leone and Kenya, is that is raising the ambition. It's saying that this isn't an issue that sits in a line ministry, this is an issue that sits top of mind and at the top of the executive office. The second is that it's being led by 2 climate envoys, which I think also sort of signals that the conversation around climate change is a conversation around clean cooking. And clean cooking is a climate solution. And so being able to bring those together, combined with the amazing work we're hearing already happening within the ministries of energy, our more traditional energy part of the clean cooking narrative, is an incredibly exciting tale to tell. So I think for us, private sector is about taking the ambition that's being raised, the public funding that hopefully will follow and be committed, and then bringing that down to the household level and being a part of this innovative story that's being told by my co-panelists here. And maybe just last to say, I think we talk a lot about the technology side from the standpoint of the stoves. But if we talk about it from a fuel narrative, we're talking about infrastructure and we're talking about commodities. And that inevitably is also a government narrative. And so having to talk holistically about how we do that means that the private sector can't do it alone. They have to speak to the infrastructure and to the commodities that the government can help to influence.
Okay, thank you for that. And that links very well to my last question. And due to time, so Ed, you'll be the last person to speak on this panel.
Thanks, everyone.
And my question is, which is really befitting, because from what we've had, you were able to see the, for instance, electric cooking opportunity when others were still saying it's long-term solution. You were able to show that it's current. So the question is, what is your advice to developing countries to fast-track their clean cooking goals?
Thank you very much. I'll try and be as quick as I can because I know we're keeping people from lunch. But first thing I wanted to say is that I got referred to, and Mex has got referred to on quite a few occasions this morning as speaking on electric cooking, which is quite right, that's what we're known for. But just say we are the Modern Energy Cooking Services Programme, which means that we also work in a number of other fuels, and we've worked extensively with on ethanol and on bio-LPG and so on. So that is an area that we also focus on. So I 100% agree with everything that Lindsay has just said in terms of the importance of public-private partnership and the importance of understanding at a national level how all of these things fit together. So any advice, for want of a better word, that I might utilize is said within that context. Having said that, however, I think there is also a really important story in terms of where the most obvious opportunities lie, and then the fact that there are things that are needed to be done within particular sectors that are also important. And I think that's why we focus on electricity so much, is of all the different areas we've been talking about, electricity is the one that was not being discussed when we first started looking at this 5 or 6 years ago. So that's the area where we've had to develop a whole new approach to this. And so I guess the first thing is, I am amazed by the excitement that there is now around electric cooking. I mean, you only had to listen to Justine talking about the excitement that there is in Uganda about the opportunities of electric cooking. We're seeing the same thing in Kenya. And actually, we have got some work that's been going on in Tanzania, and I would love to talk to my colleague on here in a bit more detail around that, not least because we saw at the Africa Climate Summit, Bern announce an intention of marketing 3 million stoves in 5 different countries over the course of the next 5 years. And that's being based in Kenya, which has a far higher electricity tariff than Tanzania does or Uganda does. If they can achieve this in Kenya, they can achieve it anywhere, to be honest. So I think the opportunities that there are for addressing this point where people assume it's too expensive to cook with electricity is really important. So the first advice that I would give would be actually look into this in proper detail about how much it costs to cook with electricity. So that's when we're talking about on-grid and amongst utility customers. Even though if we start looking at mini-grids and cooking electricity on mini-grids, which is something Kandeh was talking about, we're just on the verge of publishing a study that looks at 7 different companies that we've been working with, looking at business model development for mini-grids. So that's something that we're going to launch at COP. I'm not quite sure where we're going to launch that yet, but it's one of the things we're doing at COP. But in more general terms, we're actually going to be launching the Global Electric Cooking Coalition really high level at COP. There's a massive amount of interest in this. So I'd just say really for any governments that are here or any other observers, if you're interested in electric cooking specifically, do come and talk to us. There are real opportunities, I think, to explore in a number of different countries. At that session, not only will we have East African colleagues with us, we will also have West African colleagues, the Indian government, Nepal, and a whole range of other countries where we're doing some really exciting things around electric cooking. The final thing I might say is that I think one of the real opportunities from electric cooking, particularly in those countries like Uganda, where the makeup of the energy generation is extremely green, is the opportunities for carbon-based development for carbon-free development, decarbonised development, are really important. And we were talking, Justine was mentioning some of the work that we're doing with the Ugandan government around Article 6.2. That's something we're exploring in a number of other contexts as well. There's also our colleagues NDEV and the GECA, which is a major new investment, 10 million at the moment, but going up to 50 million over the course of the next couple of years. There are massive opportunities emerging in electric cooking. And I think one of the interesting things around that is that it fits in, I think, extremely well with the UNDESA, World Bank, WHO roadmap, which is where we are looking to combine not only the 2030 targets we're talking about here, but the 2050 net zero targets. And I think one of the things to look at also is LPG is a transition fuel in countries where LPG is already a major part of the makeup is important. But I think also thinking about what investing in LPG means in countries where it isn't particularly well developed in terms of the longer term transition and looking at where the opportunities for decarbonised development lie. Maybe not a popular message amongst some here, but I think it's actually an important part of the discussion, looking at the 2030 and 2050 targets to ensure that we're not investing in something that is then going to be abandoned to move forward a transition in another 10 years or so. So I think it's really important, if the opportunities for electric cooking are now, then we should be exploring those now as part of the decarbonising of electricity systems as we move forward. So that's one of the things that GECO is going to be looking at in a lot of detail over the course of the coming years, and working with governments in attempting to understand and to position in relation to that transition. So that's fundamentally where I say that we are. We think electricity is something that's been left out of the picture on clean cooking over the years, and whilst it's something that has to be seen in the light of all of the other multi-fueled parts of any cooking strategy, it has to be a really important component of a decarbonised cooking strategy going forward. And if anyone needs more convincing on that, I'm more than happy to spend some time talking with them. Thank you very much.
Yes, so thank you very much, Ed, and thanks to the whole panel for showing us what actions are taking place and what are the opportunities for accelerating access to clean cooking. Thank you.
Hello? Oh, hi. Right, it's working. Okay, great. Great. Okay, so I think we'll just wait a few minutes. I think there's been a very long queue for lunch. So I think we'll just, yeah, if you'll forgive us, we'll wait 5 minutes, please. Thank you. But thanks for being here.
As a private sector clean cooking solution provider, the Malawi Integrated Energy Planning Tool allows you to identify potential areas to expand your services. In this scenario, various indicators like LPG ownership, e-cooking ownership, biogas ownership, and more in 2030 helps you to visualize the expansion opportunity and the technologies available for expansion in the top 5 electrified communities in Blantyre. In another instance, if you're a cook stove entrepreneur looking to attract carbon financing in Malawi, you can use the Malawi Integrated Energy Planning Tool to understand the top 5 locations for improved portable firewood cook stoves in the country. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. For those who are new, I'm Semida Silveira. I'm from Cornell University and member of the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition under the Secretary General of the United Nations. And we've been discussing about clean cooking here today. We have talked about the need for action. We have talked about the technologies are there, but we need the policy environment and we need the political leadership to make things happen. And of course, we also heard from many of our panelists and our presenters about the money, the need for funding. So in this panel now, we are going to discuss financing, and we're discussing finance for innovative clean cooking solutions. And we have a fantastic panel here. I will pass the word to my to my colleague. I'll pass the word to my colleague Ash Sharman, who is the head of Modern Cooking Facility for Africa and the Vice President of the Nordic Environment Finance Corporation, NEFCO, to lead this panel. Ash, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Simida. And thank you also to the organizers for this invitation. And thank you to everyone who's here on more or less on time. I know there's a big line upstairs, so thank you for attending. So I think we've got a great panel here. We've got a great mix of experts, practitioners, financiers, market enablers, people who are very familiar with the issues that we're trying to address. And what I'd like to talk about this afternoon really is to draw on the experience of our colleagues here to talk about a number of issues relating to innovative financing. And of course, I think with a real emphasis on private finance. I think there's an important role to be played for public finance to de-risk, to bring in some of these investors, but the heavy lifting in terms of real investment is going to come from the private sector. So just to bear that in mind. We'll also talk a little bit about carbon finance, because carbon finance is private money. It is new money, as we'll learn. I think it's important to note that, and we want to look at ways in which we can mobilize that also. So just to say that, we have, in essence, 3 questions. I'm not going to ask these questions to you directly, but I hope that you'll all address them in your responses. We don't have a lot of time, but we hopefully will have a lot of very pithy interventions from our esteemed guests here and colleagues. So what I'd really like you to look at is how can we bridge the substantial funding gap? We know there's not enough money coming into this sector. How can we bridge that gap in the clean cooking sector? We've seen a lot of money flowing on the electricity side, the other side of the SDG 7 coin, but less so, significantly less so in the clean cooking area. What kind of innovative financing mechanisms can we use? And which mechanisms are currently working? What's working at the moment? Which are effective in attracting particularly private investment? And also, maybe just to touch on that issue of the role of public financing. How can public financing in limited quantities help to mobilize and leverage funding? The other thing is, as I mentioned, carbon finance. We know that climate finance is an important topic going forwards. We're going to see that in COP28. It's going to be very prominent. But in terms of carbon finance and the use of the carbon markets, I'd love to hear from you guys on your experiences there. And finally, the role, as I mentioned, private finance, but also the role of public-private partnership in this, and the financial instruments. How can they be used to leverage and unlock some of the broader social development goals that we're talking about here, the SDGs that we've touched upon, and I believe we'll touch upon more in the next session. So how do we address some of the other issues around gender equality? How do we attract investment also? So these are the kinds of topics that we have here. So thank you once again for your attention and for being here. But I think I'll move initially to Faith. I think, Faith, if you could tell us from the perspective of your program, the EEP, which has been very active in this area. I know you manage your portfolio of projects in sub-Saharan Africa. If you could let us have some of your wisdom on this topic, please.
Thank you, Ash. I think just to start off, EEP Africa, in every way, public finance. I think as an open trust fund, we get our funding from the governments of Austria, Finland, Denmark, and just had Norway join. And we invest in early stage companies in clean energy, agnostic, but we're also looking at clean cooking. And we do that through grant funding of up to 500,000 euros and also repairable grants of up to €1 million. And we're operating in 15 countries in East and Southern Africa. And the role of public financing in that case, from our experience, has been, number one, de-risking these very early stage companies, and at that very beginning of the innovation, being able to give them funding to get started in new markets, try out different business models, and then thereafter they can reach proof of concept and be able to unlock private financing. I think a great example would be Ban and BioLite 10 years ago got funding from us, and now you can see all the work they've been able to do thereafter, subsequently unlocking funding from the Acumens and the like. And I think that next piece is quite important because through the valley of death with all the startups, you need to get them to a place where they can be able to raise the equity and the debt, especially the debt, to be able to access the RBFs. And so really helping them not only with getting the financing, but also with being able to really look at their financial models and figure out what levers they need to pull and what they need to really be looking at to increase their bottom line and their margins. And then at the same time, really being able to help their teams get the right talent in these markets and in these countries. And then the third point that has been really crucial for us as well is being able to really unlock and catalyze those nascent markets. So we're doing work in, for example, Burundi, where we've invested in one of the pioneer companies in clean cooking. And with the work they've been able to do there over the last 2 years, we're able to now then take that information and all the experience from the field and pass that on to like the World Bank designing programs, their governments designing policies, and we're able then to see our funding really play a key role in those 3 areas. And hopefully as we get to see more innovation and as we get to really understand, for example, ethanol now is the next big wave in electric cooking, then being able to come in really early and help these companies really get to those new markets and then hopefully help the sector grow as a whole.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think that the EAT program has done wonderful work, particularly in de-risking some of the early stage companies. I think as you mentioned, the valley of death, right? There's significant gaps in the funding cycle. So I think you've helped a lot of companies, and we, with our instrument, the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa, have seen the benefits of that because we're seeing some of those companies graduating to instruments that would work towards scaling. So thank you for that. And then I think we'll maybe have the questions at the end. I'll then move to Faisal. And Faisal Hussein is Senior Director. He's working with a lot of innovative financing instruments and mechanisms for the Clean Cooking Alliance. Faisal, maybe if you could just frame some of the topics that we're talking about here from the CCA perspective, please.
Working. So I think maybe a good place to start is this $10 billion sort of funding every year that we require. Those of you, of course, who've in the clean cooking space, we're so far away from it. If we carry on in the current trajectory of both public and private money, it will take us to 3010 before we achieve universal access, right? So and the need for financing has been made clear by the first panel that we had this late morning that we had. The challenge, I think, that many of the advocacy work can't address is that money flows, and there's a particular logic for why money would flow, right? It doesn't flow just because it's a good thing to have in society. Otherwise, we would have lots of money for health and education and so on, right? So we've been very kind of concerned and obsessed about how do we get money to flow faster and create the logic for money to kind of come in. So what is the first foundational issue for us is that the economics of clean cooking doesn't work for customers because they're priced out, the equipments are too expensive. It doesn't work for companies because it takes too much money to operate and get the solutions out to people. And it doesn't work for investors because many of the companies remain unviable, apart from a few, and they don't have sufficient scale, and there is no underlying asset, which is customers who are buying and selling and paying for services. Those 3 things that you need for money to flow just doesn't exist. what's interesting is that in an ordinary market, it's usually public funding has to create that market, and that role has to be there. But what we've seen is that public money, I think in about 2 years ago, was about $70 million a year, right? And that's been more or less a little bit up, a little bit down, and it's, you know, and the instruments are different. Sometimes it's sort of RBFs and so on. But anyway, it's more or less 70 million. But what's been completely transformational is that a lot of private money has come in. But actually, so for example, last year, we've had most record private investment, which is about $215 million in 1 year. We've had the record revenue from companies, which is about 87 million in 2021. So something's happening for why private capital is coming. And when you sort of unpack this a little bit more, what's really driving it is what's happening in the carbon market right now. Because in the last 4 or 5 years, the carbon market has grown probably, I have the data. It's grown significantly. It's grown about 40 times over the last 4 years. So there's no other form of financing that has grown as fast. So we think that can be transformational, and what we're seeing, the projection, is that by 2030, carbon markets will be generating $12.5 billion a year. So that's not just the 10 billion that you require, but it's $2 billion extra from what's required, right? Lots of projections and so on, but that's where it is, right? But of course, carbon market has a shelf life, right? So what we think is that there is a window of opportunity to harvest the carbon revenue as a way of really building viable companies, building the scale that you need to get investors to kind of come in, so that when the carbon revenue starts falling off, that you have other forms of more traditional forms of financing coming in, including many of the benefits of what we call social value credits, sort of the equivalent of carbon, but for health and gender and time and so on. So if we could monetize that and have that coming along, that's really important. So for us, what's really important is that we need to get lots of investors to come on board, and that will require de-risking, not just in the traditional guarantee sense of financial risk, but sovereign risk in a country, financial risk, delivery risk, really to bring in that risk lens in how we structure the work in the country, so that both private money comes in, but also government money, because we want public money to be not taking huge risks and failing, but we want that money to achieve impact as well. So,
okay, thank you so much. I think that we're seeing a lot of innovation from some of our investees. We're seeing that there's a lot of new structures out there. There's pre-financing of carbon coming online. There's a lot more risk. I mean, I've been working with the carbon markets for over 20 years, and that sort of interest was missing even in its heyday. So I think it's great to see that there's pre-financing of future receivables coming online. So if I move to Peter. Peter, you're a partner and investment director at Spark Plus Africa Fund. We need more risk capital in this market, right? Some words from you, maybe.
Sure. Thanks, Ash. Great to be here. As Ash said, I co-manage a fund called Spark Plus, it's called Spark Plus Africa Fund. It's a fund that was launched out of work that I was doing with the Clean Cooking Alliance over a number of years. And it essentially is lending to companies in the clean cooking value chains. So across all different technology types, across all of sub-Saharan Africa, we are lending to everything from stove manufacturers to LPG distributors, LPG cylinder manufacturers, carbon project developers, electric cooking appliance distributors, really anything you can think of, microfinance institutions that are lending to customers to acquire clean cooking appliances, which, as Faisal said, still remain unaffordable for much of the market. Just about the fund, it's a public-private partnership in a sense. It's money from a mix of DFIs, African Development Bank, the European Commission, IFU from Denmark, Bio from Belgium, DFC from the US. I think I covered all the DFIs. I hate to leave one out. And then family offices, foundations, and 4 pension funds. So it really is a structure that was very difficult to put together. It took several years. But what it does is it blends private capital that needs to see a return. Obviously, pension fund recipients don't want their pensions to be invested in poor investments, so that's very important, that the private capital achieves its aims. And that's enabled through the concessionality of the public money. So it has multiple tranches. The fund has multiple tranches that take different levels of risk and achieve different levels of return. So that's essentially how the fund is structured and what we're investing in. And to your point, Ash, I mean, what really, and Faisal spoke to this, what really is needed is risk capital. I mean, we are a debt fund, so we're lending. Nobody lends to companies that don't have a solid equity base, that don't have equity investors who believe in the long-term prospect of the company. Why would you as a bank, lend to a company that nobody believes in? So you need people who believe in the company and show that belief in the form of equity investment. And so that's what's really needed, and that's, to your point, it's risk capital, right? Equity is risk capital. It's the guys who lose their money if the company goes bankrupt. The creditors, the lenders try to grab what they can in terms of collateral, in terms of assets. The equity loses everything. So they're the ones really at risk. And it's challenging to sort of prescribe how we attract more risk capital into the sector, aside from making the business models more attractive, right? Making them more viable, more sustainable, more attractive for people that are looking at equity investments in real estate and, roads, infrastructure, all sorts of things, to say, I would rather put my money into clean cooking, into Cocoa Networks or Sistema or, burn manufacturing or carbon projects being developed, as opposed to putting it in other business models. And carbon is a real key driver there, right? Without carbon, it's very difficult to serve these communities, to make these products affordable to consumers, to make the business models viable for companies. So we're really, very focused on carbon markets. Obviously, a lot needs to happen in terms of making these carbon credits more high integrity, making them really good carbon credits, as opposed to what they are currently, which is sort of middle of the road to not so great in terms of the certainty that a buyer of a ton of carbon has around that ton representing a ton of carbon emissions reduced. So there's a lot of work that's being done. I think the work that CCA continues to do around this on the methodology side is super important. And a lot of actors, the ratings agencies, us as funders, as investors, everybody has a role to play in order to make, to take advantage of this opportunity, which isn't a forever opportunity, and we need to use this as a bridge to sustainable business models over the long term, but it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make clean cooking carbon a really attractive asset for corporates and for governments under Article 6.2, I always get 6.2 and 6.4 confused, but under 6.2, I think, to purchase carbon credits, as Click Foundation from Switzerland is doing. Other countries like Singapore and others are looking at carbon credits. So we feel like there's a lot of progress already and a lot of work to do to continue to grow the market.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the carbon markets have been facing some headwinds of late, and I think the core of that really is the environmental integrity. So I think there will be a lot of development in this space. So, but I think the key issue is really that this is new money. We're struggling to get funding into the market, so we've got to be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So it's important to try and reach some sort of balance there. Okay, so thank you for that, Peter. So I'll now move to Lunis Badawi. Lunis is a senior country manager with the OPEC Fund, and I know that you've just come back from Madagascar, even late last night, I believe. So I just would like to hear your reflections on the financial instruments that are most relevant in this space, in your view, and and what sort of experience has the OPEC Fund had with clean cooking?
Yes, thank you so much, Ash. Yes, so essentially I'm in charge of a portfolio of countries in Southern and Eastern Africa. Madagascar is one of them. Actually, I've shared a small promotional video that's silent. It's just for the background, so maybe if the technical team can screen it. Essentially, what we've been doing at the OPEC Fund in terms of clean cooking is really beyond, of course, the availability of capital that we have directly to finance through grants and through government loans the infrastructure that's needed for clean cooking. We're also trying to position ourselves as a consolidator of partners, because what we've identified is that a lot of organizations are interested in the field of clean cooking, but they don't communicate with one another so well. So what we end up having is a lot of tiny, scattered, clean cooking operations, and these tend to not succeed very well because it's very risky, it's very costly, and there's a lot of economies of scale and a lot of potential synergies that could be gained if our different organizations could just, join forces and organize things in a structured manner. And in terms of the instruments that we have as the OPEC Fund, of course, we finance governments through sovereign loans. We also give grants to national and non-governmental entities for the implementation of projects. We also have a private sector window whereby we finance the private sector directly. And we are more and more looking at more innovative financing solutions. And actually, we've been discussing with Spark Plus for the past year and a half now. We're very, very impressed with the work that's been done. And since we're talking about de-risking, which is fundamental to provide, to encourage private capital to flow into this project, I believe that the structure that Spark Plus Africa Fund is promoting is ideal, because it provides this first loss tranche that will pool more capital and will make these private investors more secure. So de-risking, of course, is central. Another way that you can de-risk is, and this is one of the things that you discussed at the beginning, Ash, is the necessity to also pool public capital into the equation. Because one of the reasons why private sector shies away from clean cooking projects in these countries which need it the most is because the infrastructure is not there. You see? So that makes it even that much more risky for them. And I don't know if Camille from ANCA is here, but we've been working with innovative companies and with the government, essentially. It's not really a PPP, it's more of a it's a bit of an innovative way to support the private sector indirectly by providing matching grants to project providers, like she was with us, to essentially build infrastructure that's missing for them to actually make their projects successful. So this type of cooperation between the private sector, the public sector, and the international development community has proven very successful. So what we've done with ANCA is actually to install mini-grids in very remote areas of Madagascar, actually. And what we're looking now, that we are moving to the phase that's more directly connected to clean cooking, is to see the extent to which we can connect these mini-grids to electric appliances. And so we're entering now the proper phase of our clean cooking program. We're partnering up with UNIDO, with SE for All, with also all types of developmental organizations like the World Bank, other UN agencies, IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And we're really trying to get a group of like-minded institutions, organizations, and individuals to work towards the same goal. So this was one aspect. The second aspect, to make sure that we can raise this capital successfully, is to promote, raise awareness. And that's the reason why we're working on the ground with the Vienna Energy Alliance in under the supervision of UNIDO, to go close to the population and to identify their needs and what can convince them to actually switch to clean cooking. Because if you provide the appliances, if you provide the technology, but there's no one to get it, or it doesn't stick, then you have not accomplished anything. So the promotion has a double purpose. First of all, it is to convince the population that it is for their own good. And you can only do this if you're very close to the population on the ground. You understand the cultural dimension, that why are they attached to traditional cooking? They don't realize, they don't see it the way we do. They're attached to their traditional values and their traditional way of cooking. So there's a lot of work on the ground to make sure that adoption is going to work. The other aspect that's necessary, that promotion enables, is fundraising. Because although clean cooking, we're all aware of the immense impact connected to clean cooking in terms of environment protection, in terms of health, in terms of gender equality, education, economic opportunities, but it's still obscure for a lot of people. So communicating it, stressing the immense impact, and structuring projects that not only showcase this impact, but also because they're so well structured, can generate the carbon credits that are needed to add more financing, will also generate interest from investors, impact investors in particular, and also non-profit organizations, philanthropies, international organizations. So that's what we're trying to do in a nutshell. And I'm very pleased and honored to be part of this panel and this initiative. And I hope that together we can really make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linus. I think you've highlighted a lot of. Oh, yes, please. Sorry, thank you. You've got to clap for the other guys as well, right? Don't forget that. Anyway, so I think, yeah, you've made some great points there, Linus, and a lovely video as well. I think that it is very important. This asset class is something that people struggle with, and I think that it's seen as being a very esoteric area of investment. I think we need to do more. I think, as you're right, we need the right stories and so forth, the communications, but we also need to demonstrate the robustness of the financing models. We need to prove the revenue model, right? We need to show that this can actually turn a profit for companies. And if we have time, we'll come back to this topic. If I can come back to maybe Faith and Peter on this, but I'd like to move to Harry Stokes, who's the Executive Director of Project Gaia. Harry, you've had a lot of experience with bioethanol. What are your views here in terms of how we can bridge the funding gap? And maybe you could give us an example of what you've been working with.
Sure. We've been working since 1995 in trying to popularize alcohol fuels. These are liquid fuels that give us the opportunity to transition away from petroleum or fossil fuels. Obviously, we need liquid fuels. We can't rely only on electricity. And we really want to move away from our traditional fossil fuels. So the alcohols offer this opportunity. So we've been working quite extensively with UNIDO on ethanol, and we served as the technical support team for UNIDO in Tanzania. So I think I'll frame my remarks on funding and finance around the UNIDO project. So the UNIDO project was designed to solicit and support truly African businesses, African-owned businesses, businesses that don't already have an investor from Europe or the U.S. or Australia or Israel or wherever driving the process, but truly African entrepreneurs who want to get into the business of cooking, and who knows the market better than African entrepreneurs. So the UNIDO project was designed to bring African businesses into an environment called a market enabling framework, where they could receive the equivalent of carbon finance support to purchase cook stoves, provided they could put the rest of the supply chain together. One aspect of the UNIDO project was a guarantee fund, which was meant to help reduce risk in building out infrastructure, especially fuel and supply chain. The UNIDO project is still in mid-implementation. It's now trying to bring in additional entrepreneurs to service the Dar es Salaam market. And then gradually it will spread out through the country. The first implementer, a business called Consumer's Choice, is a woman-owned African business. They've put over $1 million of their own equity into this cook stove business, and so far they've had no financial help from outside, but they've come to the point where they really need it. So one of the things I want to emphasize is that where do we find finance for these businesses? Sometimes we find it right under our nose in terms of the equity that local entrepreneurs, local business people can bring to a project, provided they also get some help. And I like to describe the UNIDO project as a wraparound project. It provides not only financing to help purchase cook stoves in large volumes to jumpstart the market, it also provides all kinds of technical support to support that local business to put that business together. Now, a business, most African entrepreneurs cannot secure carbon finance. It's very difficult to do so, and while it might have been more interesting to get a piece of the carbon finance action through the voluntary market 9 to 12 months ago, today there would be little value in engaging a carbon developer who can only pay, $3 or $4 or $5 per ton of carbon to a local business. It costs more than that just to get the carbon finance program in place for the business to have its CPA and exploit carbon finance. So I think one of the things that we've been looking toward is the new Article 6 provisions, especially Article 6.2. We'll see what happens with Article 6.4, which is more kind of a replication of CDM. Article 6.2 envisions these partnerships where different supporters come together to provide this type of wraparound service in exchange for the carbon finance that will eventually come from the project. Maybe not come in the first couple of years, but will eventually come from the project. So sometimes the carbon finance can't be the early capital because it's too hard to put it in place. It has to come a little bit later. And I'm hoping through the Article 6 programs that more systems can be created that will enable the carbon finance to flow more easily and with fewer overheads than we've seen in the voluntary carbon market.
Okay, thank you so much, Harry. I think that, as I said before, I believe there's a lot more to come on Article 6.2. It's a very interesting model, particularly when you're looking at working government to government. There's you have a lot more latitude in terms of what you can achieve, and I think we'll hear more on that.
Yeah, and I should say a lot more buy-in from the government, and we see today with the voluntary carbon market, the African governments are saying, hey, all this carbon, all this value in carbon is flowing outside of the country. We're not getting any piece of it. And so you see governments putting new regulations in place to to cause some of that value to flow directly back to government, whether in fees or tariffs. And that's going to make the voluntary carbon market a bit more problematic.
Yeah.
It's taking value out. Maybe it's justified that the governments want a piece of that value, but that means less value for the carbon developer.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a very good point. I'm just conscious of time, and maybe I can move to Michelle. Michelle, you're a senior specialist at the World Bank. You've been working for quite some time with ESMAP and on the clean cooking side. Maybe you could share your perspectives, particularly in regard. Particularly interested to hear your views on how we can best use the limited amounts of public financing for de-risking. And maybe if you had any comments also on issues related to how we can leverage some of the other SDGs as well. So please.
Sure, thank you. I think I will divide my thoughts in two parts. The first one, I will come on the details of the ESMAP, because I guess ESMAP do a job trying to put together and to leverage public funds. And after, I would like to, maybe because everybody's talking about carbon market, and I guess we could spice a little bit the discussion. Of course, it's an important thing, but there is some limit also that we need to take in account. So for the first part, just when you think about ESMAP and the work we do, it's basically we use some grants to leverage development funds that work with government and then develop the market through the government for in the policy perspective, and also for loans. At ESMAP, just to have the numbers, we have co-financed around $60.65 million, which is great if you think about how far we come. But if you think about how much we need to achieve the 10 billion, we see that's a huge gap. And what we observe, it's a really need to scale up. And how to scale up? One part, for sure, it's private, the private sector, and carbon finance may have a really big role on that. But when you talk about the benefits, that what we heard today morning, basically you talk about the decrease of the emissions of CO2, but it's not the biggest benefit of clean cooking. The biggest benefit of clean cooking, even if you put it in the value of health, the value of time, the gender, the big challenge is how to, that was Faza was saying, how you monetize it, right? And there, I guess it's important to separate two things, financing and funding. Because financing, you need to find the instrument, you need to de-risk, you need to find a way, the best instrument. And the best instrument can have different forms depending on the country you are, depend on the instruments that already exist. But the funding, that's a really important part. The funding, we need to have some grants. The economics of clean cooking, most of the time, is not it's not sustainable by its own, and understand that it's really important. Why? Because clean cooking have a climate component, are really important, but also have a poverty and vulnerability component, and that's why it enters with the other SDGs. So that's something that needs to be also considered when you think about public policy, public funding, or how we can solve it together with the private sector, of course, but need to be considered. And when you think about funding, climate finance through carbon market or other kind of climate finance, because you have different climate funds, need to be looked on clean cooking, because there it's a way that you can decrease the CO2 emissions through a more just and climate just mechanism. So you are looking at, you are impacting the most vulnerable while, but there is, I guess, two elements to consider. One is that we need to look on the sustainability of the clean cooking. So when you do a mechanism that's it's just important to start the project or to change the stove, it does not make that clean cooking program to work. So when you think about financing and funding and the instruments, we need to think on the sustainability and the continuity on the long term for this actually be the service that we need. So we need to think in kind of a public service. People need to be able to cook. So this is the kind of long term we need to take in account. And also it's important to think about so this long-term sustainability on one hand, and the other hand, the different situations that you may find. There is some situations that you don't need public fund because the willingness to pay of people, it's enough to fund it. It's just find the good mechanism or the infrastructure that's missing. So that's a way. There is other situations when there is a really high vulnerability. That's if you can find a way to finance it, but if you don't fund in the long term, it will not work. So it's really important to consider the different context and the capacity of people to pay it in the long term, not as a one-stop project, one-stop investment. We like to think like this because it's much easier, right? But what we see in the numbers that we need to have a continuity. It's a service. It's not one-stop investment.
Thank you, and I think it's very important to recognize that. I think what we're seeing is that there's a lot more interest in trying to dare I say monetize those other benefits. It has been tried. But I think the real issue is trying to get, well, let's say mainly the donors to try and look at ways of supporting that. And I know there was the good work that was done by Cardano, the development bond and so forth. Okay, I'm also conscious of time. I would like to come back to this issue of the business model because, and I think Michelle, you sort of touched on it, in a way, because the elephant in the room, I think, is always about affordability. The affordability of these stoves, and particularly where we're working with higher tier, so 3, 4, 5 on the framework scale. So how you can reach these base of pyramid customers, just to get some views from Faith. I know you're working with a lot of these. What kind of business models are you seeing that could reach those types of consumers? And maybe Peter, you could follow up with that as well.
Yeah. I'll give 2 examples. One is a company called ACE, Africa Clean Energy, and they're in Lesotho. And we funded them to pilot having an IoT device that enables both pay-go, so the customers... Can you
explain what an IoT device is to our colleagues?
So it's just a USSD gadget that they put on the cook stove, and you can plug in a smartphone. And what they're able to do is have their agents in Lesotho, they're now in Kenya and Uganda as well, go around every month, for example, and collect data on the usage of the stove. And it does 2 things. One is enables the customer to pay, because it's on a pay-go model, so creating affordability. And number 2 is collect enough data, and on the back of that, they're able to validate the usage, which has been a really big challenge when it comes to carbon credits for cook stoves especially. Emerging Cooking Solutions has also piloted the same, but between the 2 companies, we're beginning to see them be able to just get more attention from investors that they would normally not get attention from, because they are clean cooking. And so ACE, for example, has raised financing, now equity from an investor that is very interested in the technology perspective. The other one, and you mentioned Sistema, in relation to Sistema. So we funded them to mainly figure out how to provide asset financing for their biogas to women customers, and also provide productive use. And what that has done is 2 things. One, they got a premium for their carbon credits because of the gender aspect, which is exciting to see as a possibility. Right. I think the first in the space. And then also what they've now been able to do with the productive use is really diversify their revenue stream, because now they're able to do chaff cutters and they're able to do water heaters for the smallholder farmers who then use that for milking and for pasteurizing the milk. As a result of that, I think for both companies, we are seeing the unit economics a little more attractive than other companies, but testing out these different revenue streams and ways of either making products affordable or increasing revenues for the company is seeming to be in a lot of ways helping them be more attractive to financiers.
Thank you. Some wonderful examples there. Great. Peter, do you think pay-go can be a game changer in this sector as well?
Well, so I think that PAYGO is definitely a big part of a lot of business models that are very interesting. It's a way of extending consumer credit. Another way is working with microfinance institutions. We're looking at models that involve both. I think that there are a couple things to think about. One is, this market is massive, right? When we talk about the base of the pyramid, it's an oversimplification, and the market that, if you look at many African countries, it's 80% of the population, 70%, 80, 90% that are cooking with traditional fuels. So that is not one homogeneous group, right? That's higher income, lower income, urban, rural, all sorts of different consumers. And so there are different business models that fit for different consumers. Faith mentioned Sistema and biogas, which makes a lot of sense for rural, smallholder farmers because of the other benefits of biogas digesters. I think the other thing to think about is, and this is one that, when I was at the Clean Cooking Alliance, we talked a lot about from a philosophical standpoint, free giveaways, right? A lot of the carbon projects that are occurring in the market, including one that we financed in Zambia, and that we're proud to have financed, is giving stoves to consumers that are very far away from, a capital city, would not adopt clean cooking or improved, these are very high quality burn manufacturing made wood stoves. They simply wouldn't be cooking with anything but what they are cooking with in the near or midterm if we weren't doing that. So it's being sort of my background and having my worldview, I would rather not do that. I would rather the markets function. But that's the reality. If we don't subsidize to a very high degree and sometimes fully, there will be a huge part of the market that just will remain unserved. So that's another element to think about in terms of the affordability issues for a certain segment of the unserved market.
Okay, thank you so much. Harry, you have a quick point?
Vertical integration in the ethanol space. We heard this morning from a lady from Uganda about the Bukona Agro project, which is producing ethanol from cassava and selling stoves, and they're able to get their fuel down to a very low price, and thus they are extremely competitive with charcoal and wood. So vertical integration, I think, is another approach that's important.
Right, okay, thank you. I just want to be, again, very conscious of time and out of respect for our next panelists. So I'd like to, just in closing, just to say that there's, clearly we need to make a quantum leap in terms of the financing that's required in this sector. And I think what we've heard about this afternoon is some of the innovative approaches and business models that are being taken forward. We're seeing more and more work around building confidence in the marketplace and so forth. But that's clearly we're still fairly early on in this progress. And there's a lot of work to be done. So I'd like to conclude. I'd like to thank all the speakers in the time-honored fashion for their fantastic views, and to thank you all for your attention. I'm sorry I couldn't get to any questions from the audience, but thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Ash, and all the panelists. This was very interesting. A group photo here first.
where is it? No, I've been here the whole day.
Yeah, no,
You've
I've
been
seen you
busy.
hidden up there. But now when I looked, I said, where is she?
Oh,
I
no,
know
I
you
came
already
from that
here.
side. I came from that side, yeah. So, we can... Hello.
My name is Sule.
Hello.
Okay, so let's get ready here for our next panel.
Hello. Is this the right seat for me? This is fine? Okay.
Okay, we are a bit late, so please allow us to get started here. So we just heard a fantastic fantastic presentations. It was really very illuminating to see what is coming and all the ways. I particularly like the discussion on how we're going to deal with affordability. We cannot forget that this has been a challenge for a long time and how we need to think this at the system level. So last but not least, we have this fantastic panel here that is going to be discussing how we can catalyze women in youth through clean cooking. So how that can create empowerment for development for other goals beyond clean cooking. And I have the pleasure to pass the word to my friend and colleague Sheila Operocha, Director of Energia, to lead this panel. Please, Sheila, this is your...
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Simida. And this morning we had a wonderful session and we were talking about grandfathers and godfathers. And Professor Simida is a godmother, particularly when it comes to ethanol. I remember when we first met many, many years ago, that ethanol, when we discussed ethanols in the energy sector, was mainly for transportation. And you have been very critical in moving that discussion to think of ethanol for cooking energy. So it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the organizers for having this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the case has been made. Nobody here is going to dispute that lack of access to clean cooking disproportionately has an impact on women and girls. In fact, the World Bank, in their policy brief that was launched at the SDG Summit, mentioned some really shocking and staggering statistics, that the annual loss, there was an annual loss of $0.8 trillion due to the lack of productivity of women because of the impact of clean cooking. And we've heard said many times, including today by the Special Representative of the Secretary General, that this is unacceptable in this century. And why is it unacceptable? It's unacceptable also because the evidence shows that actually when you do include women and you also include youth, in a lot of countries, certainly in the continent that I come from, you cannot talk about making strides, any transition, any movement, if you don't include youth, which are the majority of human beings on this planet, and particularly in developing countries. But yeah, what is really disheartening is that the empirical evidence shows how both women and youth, one, as consumers, their agency as consumer really is pivotal to the widespread of acceptance, utilization, and adoption of clean cooking solutions. That in the difficult markets, what we call the last mile markets, that it's really the distribution channels that are availed to women and youth that drive clean cooking access. And this is where conventional business distribution channels are not acceptable. We also find in many cases, not just in the clean cooking sector, but in across the board, that in the economy is that when you do engage women and youth, you have so many returns on investment, not just on social returns, but their leadership in these areas really drives meaningful progress at scale. So it's in this context that we have this, that we're going to have this session. And I think what's really interesting is that here we're talking about catalyzing women and youth empowerment through clean cooking. So we're not only looking at the gender dividend or gender equality when we're talking about time saving, when we're talking about giving access to clean cooking on the demand side, which is very, very important. But we're looking at how is this going to really empower women and youth? How does it meet the aspirations of women and youth? I've said this many times that when I go to gender conferences, whether it's at the Commission for the Status of Women, or whether it is at Women Deliver, where we had 6,000 women, the biggest convening of feminists, I do not talk about clean cooking. Whenever I open my mouth about and mention the word clean cooking, they chase me from the room. They don't want to hear about women cooking on stoves, particularly not on clay stoves. They want to hear how this is giving them businesses. How are you striving women's employment? How are you advancing women's education? Really meeting women's aspiration of the 21st century. So it's in this regard that I've been joined by an excellent panel of speakers who are positioned, their organizations, representing organizations that are positioned in different parts of the clean cooking ecosystem. But one thing that is common amongst all of them is that they're intentional in their vision, in their drives, in their investments, in their strategies to have programs that effectively empower women and youth. This is not something that happens on its own. It's something that's intentional, that has to be planned, and are delivering at scale. So I'm pleased to hear from them. And just in the interest of time, I don't know, Professor Sumida, if we're still finishing at 15:30, because we did ask, at least I would allow you to ask my panelists to have 5-minute interventions if we can. And I now ask for the indulgence of all our audience to allow us to have this very important discussion, even if it's at the end of the day. So I'm going to start the discussion with Madam Stella Funzanzi from Gama, the Deputy Director of Forestry and Climate Change Negotiator from the Ministry of Forestry of Malawi. Madam Stella, I would like to initiate this discussion because I think it's really important to get government perspective. We heard early in the morning that clean cooking, and I've always said, unfortunately, clean cooking has been driven very much about non-state actors. This needs to be a priority for governments. It's a public sector issue. And in doing so, we know how your government really stepped up and played a pivotal role at the high-level dialogue on energy in 2021, where you're one of the champion governments on clean cooking, together with Kenya and Malawi. And in that, your government also launched your energy compact. A major component of your energy compact was on clean cooking. So showing leadership at the international level, but also within, also at the regional level within our continent. Could you please share with us the actions taken by the government of Malawi to prioritize women and youth empowerment in your clean cooking compact, but just across the strategies and policies in the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Stella Gama, and I am the Director of Forestry in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Malawi. But as she highlighted, I also support the work of the Least Developed Countries Group at Climate Change as a lead negotiator for gender and technology. And our work is also supported by UNIDO at the UNFCCC with financing from the GEF to enhance the capacity of least developed countries to have a voice within the climate change negotiations, including the voice of women. Yeah, so what has Malawi done? As you said, Malawi is one of the countries, as a least developed country, which is also interested in enhancing or ensuring that there is energy security for its citizens, for its masses. One of the characteristics or the statistics that I can give is that over 95% of Malawians use biomass energy for their day-to-day domestic energy needs, but also in other industries like livestock management, restaurants, and other industries which require wood, for example, toilet paper making. And these are the industries that are using the archaic technologies, if I may say. So the 95% of the Malawians, as I said, relying on biomass, it means they are exerting pressure on forest resources. So the forests are degrading. We are losing over 15,000 hectares per year. So it means by 2030, instead of restoring the forests, we are losing forests instead of restoring them. So what is the government doing to ensure that we have energy security? With this population, which requires biomass energy, the government has created an enabling environment, and that is the role of government, to create an enabling environment to ensure that there is energy security for all. In terms of the biomass, since we still have to meet the energy needs in terms of charcoal and firewood, government has developed a charcoal strategy. So the charcoal strategy has a number of pillars, looking at the development of the biomass energy sector itself, but also looking at the alternative energy sources, and also provision of clean and efficient cooking technologies, so that if you're going to use gas, it has to be clean and efficient. If you're going to use electricity, it has to be efficient. If you're still going to use charcoal or firewood, it has to be efficient, and it also has to be clean. So the role of the clean cookstoves is one key factor in the energy mix for Malawi. Her Excellency, the former president of Malawi, launched a 2 million cookstove drive for Malawi maybe 5-6 years ago. And in addition to that, the target has now been increased. So we have high level political support for the clean cooking. We also have other policies and strategies under the gender and also under the forestry department itself. Under the gender, we want women to participate effectively in provision of their energy needs. Women need to access, they need to access the biomass energy. If they're going to collect firewood, they should collect it within the vicinity. They need to access the clean cookstoves, because the women are the ones who are cooking in the homes, and also need to access the alternative sources to energy. If you're going to talk about electricity, whether it's hydroelectricity, the gas, liquefied petroleum gas, women need to access this. So the gender policy makes sure that women, they have the enabling environment to access energy.
Thank you very much, Stella, for your for the intervention. And I was very pleased to hear right at the beginning of when you started speaking that you made the link between productive uses and clean cooking. I think too often when we talk about women's role in clean cooking, it's at the household level. However, like you rightly said, you know, productive uses, a lot of women's productive uses depends on thermal energy, depends on heat energy. So really a clean cooking intervention needs to look both not only at the household, but also needs to look at the productive ends. And this is why we have found, research that Energia found, is that really our productive uses interventions that focus solely on electricity tend not to benefit women, because women's businesses are also very focused on thermal energy. So thank you for those comments. I'd now like to turn to the next, Heather Adria Rohani, the head of Air Quality and Health Unit at the World Health Organization's headquarters. I don't know if they, okay. Anyway, Heather, you've been, there you are, lovely picture, yes. So Heather, I spoke about it earlier on, and it was mentioned also, I think, in the first session. But in September at the SDG Summit, there was a milestone. One of the milestone achievements that I feel came out of that was the launch of the Global Roadmap for a Just and Inclusive Clean Cooking Energy. The WHO, in collaboration with UNIDO and the World Bank, under the auspices of UN Energy, has launched. This was very well received, and not least because of some of the new evidence that you're bringing, and new strategies that you're bringing, much more closer link to, for instance, what's happening in the global north. We do also have to, from a climate perspective, have to switch our clean cooking in the global north to much more sustainable sources, but also very much looking at the cost of inaction, the cost of not meeting 7.2 target on universal access. It was 2.4 trillion that you said, and like I said earlier on, 1/3 of this cost was linked to gender impacts. So Heather, could you share with us some of the recommended priority actions that were outlined in the roadmap to address this challenge? Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila, and thank you for having me, and I look forward to the further discussions. Indeed, so WHO, in partnership with the World Bank at the SDG Summit, launched a global roadmap for a just inclusive net zero clean cooking transition. So this roadmap actually lays out targets up to 2050 to ensure that all the world, both high, low, and middle income countries, have all achieved clean cooking by 2030 and net zero, particularly for high income countries by 2050, excuse me. So some of the priorities specifically in there is really, we don't want to, the just and inclusive aspect, right? We want to make sure that everyone is getting clean cooking. And so one of the first priorities is actually to make sure by 2030 that we eliminate the most extreme cooking poverty out there, that we make sure all households have access to efficient cooking that's not subjecting themselves to health issues, as well as climate damage and environmental degradation. So really prioritizing that we are not leaving those in the most, have the highest level of energy poverty behind. So this was one of the key things to make sure that it's just. The next thing that we really wanted to make sure is, as we're all planning to achieve our 2050 net zero targets, a lot of people are looking, and the governments are looking at their actual energy planning. People often think, oh, we're going to fix energy poverty by putting electricity everywhere. But we can't. You need, but they don't consider the clean cooking aspect of that. So they are doing their plans to electrify, but they're not considering the needs of cooking in their electricity plans and the sustainable and zero emission cooking. So we need to make sure that cooking is really considered in these government integrated plans, and the electricity is for cooking is included there. Cooking is a heavy, power-intensive activity for households in particular. So, but there is the opportunity for putting the infrastructure out, which was mentioned at the opening session. Let's do it properly. Let's not go back and fix things in 20 years. Let's go ahead and make sure that we have electricity in there and it's integrated well into the plans to make sure clean cooking's up there. A third item on the list was actually increasing public and private commitment and finance. We, as mentioned earlier in the previous session, cooking, really accelerating cooking for 2.3 billion people really is going to require a lot of investment. And it's amazing. We have cell phones are everywhere. We have cars and things, why is it that we can't invest in the cooking to help protect women and the youth that are living in these households? So let's really make sure that we as governments are working together with the private sector to really scale up the investments necessary. When we're doing so, though, that's when the affordability issues come into play. This has been a huge barrier, and when I go into countries and speak with governments and I speak with people in communities, it's always the affordability that comes up. Clean cooking is too expensive. So we need to be really looking at these mechanisms, like mentioned earlier in the previous session. Pay-as-you-go is perhaps an opportunity to do it, and also subsidies are needed for those really those households that really just don't have the capital put forward. We need to be making sure that we're providing them the assistance they need and making sure that it is affordable. And not affordable for the one-off cost, it's affordable for the long term, because they may be able to put the initial investment up first, or they may have got their stove, but this cooking is something we do every day and needs to be sustained over a long period of time. And then the final thing is that we really need to make sure that, as we are looking, we have the privatized commitments and we have commitments, but we need to really have clean cooking needs to be connected to climate more centrally. I feel that a lot of people don't see the connection. Air pollution is my unit's work, and often we talk to people and they're like, we want to work on climate change, but we don't want to work on air pollution, which is shocking to me because they're very, very similar. Clean cooking is the major source of air pollution. Household air pollution is estimated to cost 25 to 50% of black carbon emissions are coming from inefficient residential use of biomass. So we have a huge opportunity to really address the climate, and we need to make sure that climate is the same as clean cooking. So when people are working on clean cooking, they're working on climate. And so these are some of the key recommendations in this. And as Sheila had alluded to, we want to make sure that we're all making our contributions to protecting the climate and protecting the health of the people. So this is why we're pushing within this net zero, just and inclusive energy transition plan for cooking, that high-income countries also need to be transitioning to more sustainable, renewable sources of energy for their cooking as well, so that everybody's accountable. It's a collective problem requiring collective action.
Thank you very much, Heather. So I'll now move to Andrea Stancic, the coordinator of global networks and partnerships in the Clean Cooking Alliance. Andrea, I think nobody is going to argue with me when I say that the Clean Cooking Alliance has been in the forefront of bringing clean cooking to the global sustainable development agenda. I was in the room when the Clean Cooking Alliance was really pushing to have 7.2. When we started discussions on SDG 7, it was only on electricity. There was only a target on electricity and not on clean cooking. And the Global Alliance played a key role in doing that. And you've done that by really looking at partnerships and work. Partnerships has been central to the way to your approach. You have a global network of partners where you go from mobilizing investments to innovations to political will. So please, can you share with us lessons that you have and your experience from the strides, and I think there have been significant strides that you have made to mainstream youth and gender equality into your work, and particularly focusing on the leadership of women and young people in the clean cooking community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Hi, everyone. It is a pleasure and honor to be here. I'm really glad that we are speaking today about gender and youth, because really without young people and women taking the lead and being at the forefront of clean cooking action, I think we are missing the whole point, and all our efforts remain quite limited when it comes to making a real life impact on those who are most affected. And definitely young people and women are among those who are most affected by the lack of committed action on clean cooking. As much as 90% of all youth live in developing countries, where 2.3 billion people still lack access to basic clean cooking technologies, which is an unacceptable number if we want to see progress across many different sustainable development goals, as we heard today. We know that the lack of access to clean cooking is damaging health, causing both deaths and diseases due to indoor air pollution. And due to their traditional roles that are often strongly linked to cooking, women are affected to a larger degree. We know that there is 3.2 million deaths each year from household air pollution, and 60% of these deaths are among women and children. Also, young people are often those who bear this burden of helping their families sustain this type of cooking, going to remote destinations to collect firewood, which is often not only time-consuming, but it can also be dangerous in the context of conflicts, displacement, and other unsafe conditions. So yeah, as you said in the beginning, I think it is first important to recognize that when we are talking about young people and women in clean cooking, we are talking about vulnerable population that is disproportionately affected by the lack of access to clean cooking. But at the same time, this puts them in a unique position to lead by their unique experience, knowledge, and genuine concern for this issue to drive forward innovation, entrepreneurship, and advocacy in their home communities to increase access. And these critical roles of young people and women in clean cooking need to be recognized and supported by the whole clean cooking sector if we want to ensure that solutions that we are developing are meeting the needs of those who are most affected, and if we want to ensure that there is a proper and widespread adoption of these solutions, we need to ensure that young people and women are in leadership positions, from designing stoves, manufacturing, distribution, sales, marketing, advocacy, and entrepreneurship. We need to have young people and women equally represented. But it is the responsibility of all stakeholders in clean cooking to create enabling and inclusive environment for young people and women to take these roles that naturally belong to them. So yeah, when it comes to empowering women, CCA is committed to advancing professional development of women entrepreneurs and employees in clean cooking, also supporting businesses through providing gender advisory support, and also strengthening the evidence on how clean cooking improves the lives of women. When it comes to youth engagement, CCA works across 3 pillars. Firstly, raising awareness and understanding of young people when it comes to different challenges, solutions, and opportunities in clean cooking. Also empowering young people, building their capacity, knowledge, and skills to act. And finally, facilitating this youth-led action on clean cooking through elevating youth voices and increasing their participation in important dialogues and processes. So yeah, as we know, 75% of all unpaid work is done by women. Also, we have 70 million unemployed young people worldwide. And I think clean cooking can be a wonderful opportunity to address this gap while at the same time achieving progress across many different sustainable development goals. So yeah, I'm glad that today we are discussing the critical roles of women and young people in clean cooking, and hoping that working together we can ensure that as those who are most affected, young people and women, should be at the forefront of clean cooking action, equally contributing and benefiting from the solutions.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So as we're talking about the clean cooking transition, let this be a transition that really brings real jobs to women and the youth. I'll now move to Sylvain Vonu. I hope I've said your name correctly, and my apologies if I haven't. But you're the project manager of SMV in Cambodia. And in the earlier session, we heard about investments and about financing. And SMV is one of the old kids on the block. SMV is known in the clean cooking sector in many countries. You have a multi-country track record. But you're also known for the innovative financial instruments, concrete instruments that you have used in countries and also in local communities. And one of this is the results-based financing. And we have been working together a lot to see how we can use this as an instrument, not just to promote companies and businesses, but really to use it as an instrument for bringing in gender and youth. So could you share with us some actions that your organization is taking to integrate gender and youth empowerment into your RBF strategy in Cambodia? And do you have any concrete examples of early wins that you've already made? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Stella. You correctly called my name. Yes. Well, as we already know that innovative financing is critically important to overcome market barriers in business, in almost every sector, including energy, especially with regard to clean cooking. So SNV has used the result-based financing approach, which we simply call it as OBF, like to support private sector to address the market barrier and also to scale up the business in order to deliver modern cooking technology and services to the last mile community in the country. So to promote women economic empowerment in remote Cambodia through OBF, we also need to be innovative. So we understand our target area situation and also target company that we are going to work with. So SNV has put 3 important efforts to that. First one, we motivate local enterprise, local shop and actors who are mainly women led in business to actively participate our program and project by providing them with clear and easily understood information and also the simple procedure to apply for the funding for OBF. Yep. And the second one is that SNV, we also put in place the feasible small threshold, which we allow small sale and small OBF claim. So this attract small local shop to apply and benefit from the project. And the third one, we also provide extensive support to women-led businesses, especially for those who are interested in applying for the result-based financing. So we supported them in all stages of our funding procedure, from the application stage through screening and interview. And we also provide them support with the business development support to improve their business operation and also to improve the business record keeping. So as the result of our effort, there are 37 small and medium enterprise, where 21 of them are women-led businesses are supported under the OBF mechanism, which is exceeding our plan. So we plan only around 20 in total and less than 50% for women-led, but actually we have more of them to join our program. So in the first quarter of our OBF implementation, more than 1,000 stores were sold by our supported enterprise, and where around 70% of those cook stores were sold to women buyers. So we can say that through the OBF mechanism, our supported enterprise are able to receive flexible payment from their customer and also able to undertake more innovative sales strategy that they have never used before and also improve their after-sales service. So all of this lead to improve access to clean cooking in the community. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sildang. And I really like the way that you have demystified and deconstructed results-based financing, that it doesn't have to be rocket science, but you can get real results, tangible results with simple tools, such as making sure that the tools and the information you provide are packaged and are appropriate for local women businesses and local entrepreneurs. So I'll move on now to Marianne Opoto, the project coordinator for the Energizing Development program in Bolivia at GIZ. Mariana, just like SNV, the Energizing, where would clean cooking be without Energizing Development program and also without GIZ? Again, really bringing real resources and a real intervention into the country and into the local level. Last year, I'm very proud to say that NDEV, because we consider at Energy, we consider NDEV one of our partners, but last year you launched your gender strategy and operational guidelines that's to be implemented across all NDEV partners. And like I said, it's a very substantive program within the energy access and clean cooking. So having a gender strategy was really critical. And very good to see that you linked this gender strategy to your monitoring and your accountability frameworks as well. I know that Sarah Thomas is in the room who led some of this incredible work. So I'm very interested to hear from you. how GIZ has translated this strategy to amplify the gender and youth impacts in your clean cooking program in Bolivia.
Thank you, Sheila, and I'm so glad to be part of this wonderful panel and talk about women, because the whole morning we've been talking about finance and funding and business, and now we have to talk about women, because clean cooking is about women, and we can have all the money that we need for all the gap that we've been talking about, but we can have the most expensive and better and more efficient stoves, but if the women are not convinced, if they are not satisfied with the technology, they are not going to use the stove. So there's a lot of work to do in the ground before thinking about the technologies and the funding and things like that. Yeah, and in NDEF, we talk about energy change, and when we talk about change, we have to be very strategic. So we have this gender strategy that helps us so much in our work. That means that gender focus, that is mainly focusing women, has to be considered in the project from the beginning, from the design, implementation, for the monitoring and the evaluation process. So it's a constant loop of learning and adjusting when you work with clean cooking in stoves project. In Bolivia, 80% of the population cooks with biomass still, and we had the chance to help to support or facilitate the access of 100,000 families for cook stoves. If we think about 50% of these households using the stoves, you can imagine the impact for these households, not only for women, but for the families. So I've been asked to give specific examples of how we work with women. And I was thinking about four. I would say have women, involve women working for women. In Bolivia, we have three very different regions, very different from the cultural point, very different from a different language, different cooking habits. And the best results that we got, they were it was when we could involve women from these regions in our project. So they know how to talk with other women, they know how to talk with men, usually men are the authorities, they know how to convince, they know the words for the messages, so it's very important to have women working for women. The second one will be to think about women needs, but go to the basics. For example, if you wanna organize a workshop, a meeting where you wanna talk about improved stoves, and you wanna sell stoves, usually women come with children, and they are so busy with children, and that's the real life. So we as a project, we try to organize childcare for the women, for the children, while the women had the opportunity to hear about the information, to be concentrated with the information that we were giving. And it was a very good result. It's a very simple solution, because we are thinking about solutions, and it doesn't has to be costly. I mean, of course, it would be great if the project can pay for this service, but you can organize this with alliances with the women organizations, for example, a daughter, a girl, somebody from the community taking care of the children, and then your workshop is going to be better. The third one is to involve women in the innovation and design of the technologies. We did it with clean stoves, but also with productive uses, and it worked very well. It's amazing how much energy the women can put in the design. I'm not talking about the technological part or technological design, but I'm talking about all the information. Ask them which materials are better, how, when, where, and they are going to give you all that information. And the last one, as you mentioned at the beginning, I think it's important to support women engagement in the value energy chain as business owners, as entrepreneurs, giving them the skills for to manage their own businesses, developing capacity for them, business management, marketing, so they can not only access to a technology, but they can also generate income with the technology. And those are simple examples that we use in Bolivia, and I think the whole ENDEF program has this kind of activities or objectives in order to work with the communities and women in clean stove projects.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And in fact, in the feminist world, we are slowly moving away from from the word empowerment, because we say we're not really there to empower, but actually women already have their own agency and their own power, like you very well articulated. And it's a question of building on that knowledge and building on that power to strengthen our own, to strengthen interventions that benefit them. So thank you so much for your intervention. So now our last speaker is Akil Colander, who's the SDG 7 Youth Specialist at Sustainable Energy for All. Akil, well, I've come from many different areas, but in Zambia we talk about having a sheep with 5 legs. And when you joined SE4All, I really think that Damilola did find a sheep with 5 legs. One, you're young, you're handsome, you're also a person of color, and you are a feminist. And I say this because of the conversations that we have. And we do know that SE4All has many different programs. In fact, it's really grown, and we heard quite a few of them also in the clean cooking space. And all your programs have really advocated for inclusive approach to advancing SDG 7. But for me, one of your flagship programs, it might not be as big as the others, is your Women and Youth at the Forefront program. And because this one tries to promote equal opportunities in what you call economic participation and career advancement within the clean cooking sector, within different sectors, but also in the clean cooking sector. So could you share with us experiences and lessons from this, what I think is a very impressive program? Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. And first of all, thank you for having me here. Yeah, absolutely. So SE4All does quite a bit of work in the clean cooking space specifically. We do have a separate clean cooking program, but I sit within Women and Youth at the Forefront. And what we've realized, even though we do have projects, programs, and initiatives that focus on clean cooking, specifically within our program, that are almost in a sense separate to the work that our clean cooking program does, we realized that we might have been going about this the wrong way. There might be a more effective way, seeing that at the end of the day, the marginalized communities or the persons most affected by a lack of clean cooking solutions are women and youth, you know? And so why are these people-focused programs separate? So what we've done in our new strategic business plan that was recently launched in New York and will cover the years 2024 to 2026 is merge clean cooking, women and youth. And so we have these 3 programs that will be working together for the next 3 years and beyond. And we are going to mainstream the work that these programs do across the entire organization, because we believe that clean cooking needs to be central to everything that we do, in addition to, of course, women and youth. So truly having it as a cross-cutting, people-centered program. And this is still quite a new effort, but we've already started work. So for example, one of our previous panelists spoke about the need for the country-level engagements to create that enabling environment for clean cooking solutions and for to truly improve lives and livelihoods by closing the momentous clean cooking gaps that we have at the moment. And so we've been working, for example, through our energy transition plans, which show roadmaps for governments to take the least cost pathway to their clean energy transitions based on their climate targets, through our integrated energy access planning, and through many of our other programs to try to leverage and to drive the importance of clean cooking through these mechanisms, and in a way influence policy to include clean cooking at the planning stage and at the highest level, with the hopes that once we can create that enabling environment, all the other things can follow. So that's one way that we do it, through the top-down approach of trying to influence policy. And then you asked about women and youth at the forefront, and the programs that we do that influence or try to close clean cooking gaps through strategic methods. So one way is the Women in Clean Cooking mentorship program that we have in partnership with CCA and with GWNet, that every year trains a cohort or provides mentorship to a cohort of young women, and provides them with the opportunity to learn from seasoned professionals, to enhance their professional and personal development, and to get 9 months of experience with leaders, female leaders in the, well, I think both female and male actually, in the clean cooking and energy space, because there is this lack of retention of women in STEM careers, and a big reason for that is, while we do have some amazing female leaders and role models in the energy sector, we don't have as much as we should, you know. And so by pairing them up and showing them, exposing them to these incredible female leaders, we hope that we can now, you know, create a pathway that these young women can follow in the work that they do. And to date, I think we have around 90 young women who have gone through these programs in the last 2 years and are now still working in the sector. And then another way that we target young women who are involved in clean cooking is through our Open Africa Power Program. So every year, in partnership with Enel Foundation, we provide 10 months of holistic and comprehensive energy sector experience on the technical, regulatory, financing, and development side to between 100 and 150 young people from across the continent of Africa, in partnership with universities in Africa and in Italy. And to date, we have had, since SE for All has partnered with Enel to do this, around 280 graduates, 51% of which are women, sorry, and many of which are involved in the clean cooking sector. And for these women, we provide tailored job shadowing and mentorship opportunities to once again close these gaps. And one of the things that this kind of centers around is, you know, there's a lot of different work happening in the clean cooking space, but in many cases it's happening in silos, and there's this need for that ecosystem that we can create to bring together the resources that we all have for this very much shared goal and this giant gap that we can't possibly fill on our own, and create this linear pathway that women and youth who are interested in contributing to this clean cooking sector. And I just to segue a bit, I had the opportunity to travel to Rome a couple of weeks ago and act as a panel for a youth solutions competition put on by the UNDP. And I think there were 12 energy projects were awarded with $20,000 in funding, and many of them were clean cooking projects, you know, and it shows that, you know, when we empower, and to use the word, but not to use the word, but when we empower youth and women who have already taken the work and, you know, in many cases dealing with the least amount of resources that you can have, but still developing innovative solutions that can move the needle. And we provide them with the financing, and not just stop there, but provide them with the guidance, with the mentorship, with the capacity building and the business acumen that they need to develop their solutions. We can have much, much, much more effective progress in moving the needle on clean cooking. And as the fellow panelist also said, women employ and empower women, and it's the same in the youth space. Youth employ youth, you know, and so if we can actually develop solutions in this kind of linear pattern where youth and women have access to this entire ecosystem of support, you know, we can actually just by osmosis and organic development see a much bigger growth in the sector. So those are a few of the ways that SE4All gets involved through the Women and Youth forefront program, and then looking forward how we plan to move the needle in a more holistic way.
Thank you so much for that. And so now I'm looking at Simida, and I see that we are over 30 minutes from when we're supposed to close, and just 3 minutes before 4, so I'm sure you want me to close now. So I haven't heard anybody clap for the wonderful speakers, so I'd like to invite you to join me in thanking our speakers for their very valuable contribution. And here we have been talking about advancing, galvanizing women and youth power within the clean cooking sector. Thank you. And I hand over to Simida. And thank you to all my speakers. Thank you. Great job. Oh, yes.
We will give it another 2 more minutes and maybe see if a few people from the buffet outside decide to come in and join us, and then we will start, okay? Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to Vienna. If you're not from here, if you are from Vienna, welcome to the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. My name is Jakob Müllner. I will moderate this session. The title of the session is Overcoming the Tower of Babel Syndrome. And it is, the idea from that was not mine. There are a couple of these sessions going on at the moment. For example, at the World Investment Forum, a good colleague of mine discussed the same question with leading academics and practitioners. The idea is that I observe in my daily work that there seems to be a lack of communication between 3 domains. On the one side, people like me are sitting in their offices at universities doing research that hopefully is relevant, but not always, I have to admit. Other people are sitting just across the river, making important international policy decisions. And other people are then working, for example, in the Ministry of Austria, but I rarely get the opportunity to communicate to them. And I assume, I don't know, but I assume the reverse is true as well. And also, people who implement the ideas that are so important for achieving the SDG goals, the businesses that we have, the remarkable companies like OMV, Siemens, or Doppelmayr in Austria, it's very hard for me, from my perspective, to see what they're doing, because there's a lack of communication. And this reminds me of the story of the Tower of Babel, where humanity wanted to challenge gods, building this huge tower, and then God punished them with giving them different languages, and the whole project failed. And to me, SDGs, achieving these goals, is something that resembles the Tower of Babel. It is only possible if we all collaborate, and this session is intended to find ways, discuss how this could be done, and overcoming this language barrier, let's call it, but it's actually more of an ignorance barrier, I think. So that's the setting of this session. By the way, if you're not from Vienna, this famous building from Bruegel is just across the street, so have a look at it, it's really remarkable. We invited a couple of really good speakers to talk about this issue from all of those domains. I'm here the only one representing the research part, the academics part. Bear with me, I'm a social scientist, so I'm not very versed in technical stuff, in natural sciences. I come from a finance background, but I do a lot of research on ESGs, especially in connection with international infrastructure investments. I also invited a couple of Austrian or Austrian-based companies and their key decision makers to the panel. I welcome Brigitte Bichler, the head of OMV Sustainability, Bernhard Bauer, the Senior Regional Vice President of Siemens Digital Industries, Michael Köb, Executive Board Member of Doppelmayr, Henriette Spierer from the Austrian Ministry of Climate. The ministry has a very long name, I must say, so it's the Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. And then finally, thank you for being here as I guess the host of this event from UNIDO, Cristiano Pasini, Director of Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Industrial Development. First, I would like to start the discussion. I've only introduced you with sort of name and affiliation. It would be great if you could briefly talk about yourself, your role within your organization, and what your organization and institutions are doing in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And maybe in this regard, you could also touch upon some of the challenges that you are facing when you work together with universities or policymakers. I think we should start with our female guests. Brigitte, is it okay if I start with you?
Hallo, funktioniert das? Okay. Yes, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. Hello to all of you. My name is Brigitte Bichler. I'm the head of Group Sustainability of OMV AG. OMV is an Austrian-based listed company, one of the largest Austrian industrial corporations. We are an integrated oil, gas and chemical company operating in more than 30 countries. We have 3 business segments: chemicals and materials, fuels and feedstock, where we operate refineries and a large retail filling station network, and the energy business, where we still have the classical fossil oil and gas production, but also developing now low carbon business solutions. And this is now actually the connection to my role. In group sustainability, I'm in charge for defining OMV's climate targets. And with our new strategy 2030, we have embarked in the biggest and largest transformation our company has experienced in the history. We will move away in the long term from fossil fuels and will become a sustainable fuels and zero carbon energy provider with a very strong focus on circular economy solutions, meaning producing our polyolefins from circular feedstock or sustainable feedstocks. Our ambition is to become a net zero business by 2050, and we have defined a really ambitious decarbonization pathway 2030, 2040, not only for our direct emissions, but also for the very important indirect emissions, the Scope 3 emissions from our product use, which is our largest part of the corporate carbon footprint. So being a listed company, ESG, or also the SDG as a blueprint for our sustainability strategy is extremely relevant for us. And not only because of the regulatory pressure from the EU Green Deal or other regulatory aspects, also because our investors require us to take ESG into account in everything what we do. So we have now integrated the climate targets fully in our business strategy. We have embarked in the transformation. We will invest around 13 billion euros into sustainable energy solutions until 2030. Our board bonuses are connected to greenhouse gas reduction targets, for example. Our capital allocation framework is completely tied to our transformation strategy. And all of this is also driven by myself and by my team, the group sustainability team. So for us, ESG and SDG are at the cornerstone, at the center of our company strategy.
Thank you. If we can just pass the mic on to, maybe we will stick with the corporations if that's okay, and we will move to Bernhard.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Bernhard Bauer. I'm working for Siemens, have been doing that for the last something like more than 25 years in a couple of different continents, also in global headquarters. And the last 10 years I've been here in Austria. And Austria within Siemens doesn't mean only the country Austria, but we have organized ourselves in a way that more prominent countries in terms of turnover and employees are kind of being the umbrella company for other countries where Siemens is present. So at the moment we are responsible for 26 countries, including Austria. So from Turkmenistan to Poland, and in the south to Israel. That is what we are representing. And I am working in the factory automation, digital industries. What does that mean? We just try to help industrial companies, being it a one-person company up to big companies like OMV, that are producing products that you are going to use then as end consumers each and every day. We are trying to facilitate their production process, having less emissions, more flexibility, higher productivity and so on with hardware products and software products. So ESG and SEG, I find that very interesting because I really have to say that I'm happy that I can say that our company started many years ago with that, and it's really a transition. When I was working in global headquarters, our former CEO introduced something that meant each year reducing the CO2 emissions of your respective business unit. And then, you know, that was quite well on the way, but then somebody came up and said, great, now we have, for example, reduced the CO2 emissions of our own production. But when we think about the product that we are delivering to our business customers, more than 90% of the CO2 emissions that are related to that product do not happen in our production because they come from our suppliers, they come via transportation, and so on and so on. So we have to restart again, you know, because the things that we can control in product design and manufacturing in our own factories is just a fraction of the whole game. So I think that we have been doing the first milestone, maybe, in recent years, but now we have been taking on our shoulders this thing of saying, okay, we should be much more responsible than only our manufacturing. We should be responsible for the product's CO2 footprint, and that is extremely challenging and complex, I can really tell you. So we have a long way to go, and hopefully academics and policymakers are going to help us in finding the right ways in an acceptable time frame.
Thank you. If we then move on to a very different business, no, well, actually not that different. Doppelmayr and Michael, what's your?
Thank you very much. Also a very warm welcome from my side here in Vienna. As Mr. Müllner said as in the introduction, I'm executive board member of Doppelmayr Group, so I'm representing Doppelmayr. Doppelmayr is the world market leader and innovation leader for rope-propelled transport systems. Doppelmayr is an international a group acting all over the world with over 60 local companies, and has installed solutions, more than 15,000 solutions in more than 100 countries in the world. The contact we have to SDGs is transportation. We do transportation all over the world. We have proven concepts for urban systems, which are already existing. We have a proven technology, which is proven over decades. The company exists for over 130 years now. And the first ropeway was installed in the early 1920s. Mobility, we transport passengers on level +1 without barriers compared to other urban solutions, and also with way less soil sealing as we are driving over the city. And also we have inclusive mobility. We are not leaving anyone behind. We have a barrier-free concept. And the third one is energy. We only use one main engine to drive our transportation systems, which is in the main station, and we do not have individual engines on each cabin, which is different to other solutions as well. And the energy per person per kilometer is very low, unbreakable low actually. We have less than 0.1 kilowatt per hour per kilometer.
Thank you. The next two institutions need no introduction, really. Maybe we start with our female panelist first, Henriette.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I'm from the ministry with a very long name, which is I prefer calling it the Ministry of Magic, which is quite fitting. If you picture the big European Green Deal topics, biodiversity, climate, circular economy, zero pollution,
plus finance, plus research, innovation, technology. We're working on all of them. How do we do that? We obviously work with legislation. We are not a lawmaker, that's the parliament, but we prepare legislation in all these different areas. Obviously in something like energy politics, where last year we did have to buy a strategic gas reserve, we have to work very, very closely with companies like Ogunbiyi, also present on this panel. We also have legislation like the road law. We work on the taxonomy, that's the ESG Connex. But we also plan infrastructures, energy infrastructures, mobility infrastructures. And to just name a third example, and this is by no means all of what we're doing, but we also are the biggest funder of applied research in Austria. So I'm myself responsible as Director General for the last 2 bits in our very long name, innovation and technology. So I have the pleasure of working with lots of companies and lots of academia. I still see the Tower of Babel. We'll get to this later. But at least there's no lack of communication. I wouldn't say that.
Thank you. And last but not least.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Cristiano Pasini. I'm working, you say, the host from UNIDO, which is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. No introduction, because I think you heard a lot about UNIDO today, starting from our Director General very early this morning. But in few words, we actually helping developing countries in their path of sustainable industrialization. Our mandate is 100% embedded in the SDG 9, which is innovation, industrialization, and infrastructure. So we work on a series of number of SDGs, different areas from, on one side, the technical cooperation services, policy advice to governments, and there we intercept with the international policy or the national policies. And what I'm currently doing, since after browsing around 17 years in different developing countries as head of UNIDO over there, is and I'm in charge of the most, let's say, academic part of the organization, which is the Department for Research, Policy and Statistics. And we are dealing with providing, first to collecting information for more than 150 countries about the progress on the SDG 9. We are custodian of 8 indicators of the agenda. And on the other side, we are also framing through our Global Industrial Development Report, the megatrends. We study the megatrends around industrializations, the challenges, and solutions, because this is a forum of solution that we can apply for accelerating specifically industrialization in developing countries. I've been part also of the private sector in my previous life before the UN, so I think I'm fitting well here because I've been private sector, I've been part of the international organizations, and now I'm dealing also in a way with research institution. I agree. There is a lot that can be improved for making, let's say, the barrier more permeable and more effective, specifically for accelerating the SDGs. But I think that's why we are here to discuss. Thank you very much.
So let's get to the point. We've already heard about a couple of things, impediments. Could each and everybody maybe expand a little bit on what makes it hard for you to work together, to collaborate with the other 2 domains, and what could be improved? So I'm connecting now the questions 2 and 3 for time purposes. So what are the problems that you face in this Tower of Babel, and how could we maybe find new and innovative ways to improve on those? Shall we do the same sequence, if that's okay?
Okay, talking about impediments. So I personally don't see big impediments, especially when it comes to the cooperation with research facilities, universities, or scientists. As a kind of, it's a matter of fact that the decarbonization of the economic systems will be only achievable with partnerships along the value chain. So we as OMV, if we decarbonize and stop producing fossil fuels, there will be a big impact on the subsequent value chain. So we have to work together with the value chains after we have produced our energy to come together to decarbonization solutions. One example is carbon capture utilization. So there is hard-to-abate industry sector, they have CO2. We have the potential to support them making a meaningful product out of the CO2, but we can do this only together with research institutes because it's a very new field for us and also for other industry sectors. So we see now we are embarking in a lot of research projects for the decarbonization of our energy products. And this is all new fields. For example, we are now moving into geothermal energy production. It's also a new field. We have a lot of know-how of reservoirs, oil and gas, and this can be then also used for producing geothermal heat. However, there are also new technologies coming on the market, and here we have a lot of research projects ongoing. And I personally have just recently had an engagement with EASA, with 2 EASA researchers who are also one of the lead authors of the 6th IPCC assessment report. And I brought them into the company and brought them together with our supervisory board and our executive board members to inform really the top management on the science behind the targets, because I always talk about that, but you know, the researchers who are really writing the science, they are listened better. So this is what I, for example, do on my personal level. When it comes to policymakers on EU and national level, we also have a lot of engagement, especially in the official feedback processes for the policy documents which are under development. What I notice here also in my personal capacity, I have been member of the platform Sustainable Finance, which is the advisory body for the European Commission in developing the EU taxonomy for sustainable activities. Sitting there as one of the rare industry representative from a fossil company, still fossil, I notice some kind of unease. So why we are really talking about sustainable activities, why we joined the discussion here. For me, it's important that the oil and gas sector, despite having a huge contribution to the global climate issue and crisis with our products, we are a problem, but we are also a huge part of the solution. Without the onboarding of the oil and gas sector, the decarbonization will not take place. And what I personally feel is this kind of unease in talking with the still integrated oil and gas companies. I mean, we have a really transformation process ahead of us, and we have embarked on it. And we have already committed to reduce our fossil fuel production until 2030 significantly and instead produce sustainable fuels. So I would like to see also policymakers looking at the companies like OMV and seeing what they are going to do and how much we are going to invest. And this kind of unease I feel, and I feel sometimes it hinders a bit the open dialogue. Yeah.
I believe I'll do it the other way around. I'll first tell you what I think, what could we all do better in the future from my point of view, and then tell you some examples where we, despite what we could do better in the future, where we have been working nicely together in the recent past. I believe one thing that I at least saw in the last 10, 15 years is I think we all have different incentives. No? We should make profits, we corporates. Politicians should be re-elected. Academics would like to get the Nobel Prize. No? So we all have 3 very, very different things as our, let's say, ultimate target. I believe that that is in it a problem. Huh? And if you just let us go our way, now there will be just a few fields where we are happy to cooperate. Because we would like to achieve our goal, right? So I think also that in the last 10, 15 years at least, that when I look back in the little that I saw is we have produced a graveyard of pilot projects, you know? The graveyard of pilot project is, from my point of view, exactly a result of these 3 different targets, you know? Somebody says, I have increased my R&D rate as a country. No, I've pumped 0.5% of GDP more into that now, so I can say ticked off. A company said, wow, I have absorbed more funding money, great. No? And maybe an academic said, okay, my papers have been mentioned 20 times more than before. So everybody achieved its target, but at the end of the day, the people living in this country, they haven't seen a single thing going on. So I think at least I know a very big company, quite close, that in many countries around the world, this company knows a lot of pilot projects that never have seen the light, but they have all been ticked off by everybody contributing to it. So I think there could be maybe, I mean, I'm not paid for thinking about that in depth, but I was just thinking about what could be a private-public partnership in a project. Now, if the one who is giving the funding money, the one who is doing the research, and the one who should bring the product in the market, if they are not just getting a funding for a pilot project, but if they are really getting something like maybe they are really creating, let's say, a company, and everybody gets its share out, maybe also that would be helping the academic world to fund their future costs and so on. So that could be, but this is a very simple example, that could be maybe something that binds us, the three of us all together. Do I say now we have a super huge problem and we don't know how to talk to the two others? No, I think we have quite a lot of very, very successful examples. If I talk about Austria, for example, there is a part of Vienna is called the Lake City Seestadt Vienna, which is a new part of the town that has been started a couple of years ago, and with the goal of having a CO2-free new part of the city constructed there. And so we were working there together, Siemens, for example, with the city, with academics, with universities, with research institutes, and I think we achieved quite something. The second example is a more recent one that has been funded nicely out of the money from most probably. No, and the second one is FFG money. Huh? Also, you see, they are great, so we don't even know where the money, or me, I don't even know where the money comes from, because, okay, and the second one was about recycling and detecting with AI the best possibility to recycle plastics and metals out of your normal rubbish that you get. So that was a cooperation with universities in Austria and quite some companies, and so that was really, from my point of view, a very, very fruitful example where the money came from policymakers, the know-how came from research institutes, universities, and companies, and we all work together. And now we hope, that that is going to see the light of the market very soon.
A very positive story about that, and maybe some more comments also on the challenges involved in that. Maybe that later. We will still have some time, but let's move on to Michael and Doppelmayr.
Yep. Thank you. I would like to pick out one point Mr. Bauer said, that there are a lot of technologies and pilots around which are not given the chance to show what they can on the market. We in the roadway industry, we say we have the right product at the right time because we have a very sustainable product for the moment compared to other transport solutions. And in the past, we did a lot of researching with science, so we talked a lot to science institutions in that field to improve the product, also improve the thinking on urban solutions. And there are good examples where the cooperation worked very good, very well, also between science, politics, and industry. For example, in France, there are two big projects, not only Doppelmayr projects, I'm talking about the industry, in Toulouse and in Paris, which worked very well, where needs and requirements were defined and given to implement this product as an urban system, as a sustainable mobility and transport system in an urban concept. And for us, it is a little bit that in this triangle you showed before, industry, politics and science, the screw which needs to be turned a little more is the political decision making. It takes a very long time in our industry that decisions are taken which solution is the best solution for the mobility, for sustainable mobility and transportation in public transport. We have a proven concept, we have a proven system and technologies which is accepted all over the world as an urban system. And also Europe is going there. We see that in Paris. This is the next big urban solution for urban transportation, which will be installed the next 2 years. And we are very fast in installation of such a public transportation. It's from scratch to turn the key around about 2 years in average. As I said, there is way less soil sealing for that, so we are very sustainable on that as well. And but the decision making in the advance is very difficult, because what we need is a frame for the needs, the requirements, the budgets, and the timeline. And if that is given by the political side, I think it would be much easier to have those projects in the cities in Europe realized.
Thank you. Maybe one of our policymakers to reply.
Yes, policy, as I had to emphasize before, because sometimes in Austria you mix up politics and policy, and I'm really adamant on the fact that I'm here as a policymaker. The common challenge we're all facing is speed and scale. And really just to take climate, because this is very prominent and was also mentioned by the other speakers before, from the moment from Paris, basically, from the moment of the Paris Agreement, December 2015, was very quickly ratified in Austria. It was actually clear where we're headed. But it took quite a long time for this to trickle down. Because what I always say, and this is kind of my hypothesis, first of all, I would really like us all to work as if we took these targets seriously. This might sound a bit weird, but actually if you think about it, it actually means transformation was mentioned before. It actually means a complete transformation in all the different organizations we're talking about. Industry, research, the public sector, because the Tower of Babel does not only apply in this funny triangle, but also, of course, inside the public sector, inside different departments, because there are people, right? We have a federal system in many countries of the world where you have a national level, you have regions, you have cities, then you have administrations, you have big departments, you have units, and in all these you have people, and all their individual incentive systems, because you very rightly mentioned this, are also different. What you mentioned before, I call an input logic. And I really do think that in whatever we do, in all these different organizations, we need to get to something I call an impact logic. And that, just to take the example of research funding, because you mentioned the graveyard of pilot projects, that really means a completely different way of working for the lot of me, because then suddenly, for the people I work with, their incentive is not to spend all the money I have negotiated and to make sure that it's more money so that we can, raise our research quota, whatever comes out in the end, right? But really to think about the different topics we fund, climate neutral cities, Aspen being one example, the circular economy, mobility transformation, energy transition, to name just some. I also have space in my portfolio, by the way. To really think, and we actually did that, we worked on impact pathways to really think what's the problem we actually want to solve, what are strategic objectives, specific objectives, what are instruments that we have, and what are outcomes, outputs, impacts. Everyone hated me, rest assured, when I made people work in this way, right? And then to make sure, and this is the real difficulty in relation to the speed and scale, that on the one hand, research in this case really contributes towards achieving all these objectives we have. And these are quantitative objectives. You can really calculate what it means to, I don't know, reduce our footprint in this, that, or the other until 2030 by X%, until 2050 by Y%. That's really, these are massive, quantitative, very serious targets which really change the way we work, also change the way we invest. We actually have to think on the public side, I think, much more like a kind of portfolio investment company than we currently do. So on the one hand, you have to contribute to these targets, but on the other, for the research, obviously, you also have to think beyond, because we, as humankind, we are, I'm personally convinced we are not driven by the world is going to pieces scenarios, but we are actually, I guess, driven by finding out new things and coming up with new things, coming up with new innovations. And obviously research universities always have to go beyond the status quo as well. And there needs to be room for that as well. So what we're doing at the moment, and I think it's just not enough, we obviously have all these pilot projects, we bring research and industry and ourselves together, and we have lots of well-working pilot projects and some graveyard projects. What we do have to do, though, is to really turn every stone, and that means for people to work differently. In our context, it means that people in different departments need to talk in another way with each other. There should never, ever be the unease you described earlier. That's really something that we have to overcome, because you will not end up at a solution if you do not talk to everyone. And I think, just speaking for Austria, there are certain rituals, and I think you have that in every organization. There are certain rituals you have when you come up with a planning project or a new law or whatever. And I'm sorry, I do not think that these rituals are fit for the future if you look at things in terms of speed and scale, because it just takes too long, it's too rigid, and I think research and innovation projects can help us to show solutions to make things possible, but at the same time, we have to speed up, right? And I think you do already, maybe not for you, because for a politician, I'm really saying politician now, it's obviously quite difficult to deal with the whatever, 200,000 households living beneath one of your systems. That's the usual debate, I guess, you're getting. At least that's the kind of debate I know from Vienna. But you do see that in a lot of legislation now, this kind of speeding up, especially for priority energy transition projects. And these are hard trade-offs, because there's a trade-off between protecting the environment and building up energy. But I guess we are getting there. And one very important question I want to end on for this part, I'm working with this a lot, because you talked about transformation, and I think it's all about organizational transformation inside all our organizations. And a very important question, it's a very easy question, you can also use it in your private relationships, is what do you need? What do you need? What do you need to actually take your next step? I really like this question, because it's solution-oriented, and it really helps us to find this common language we need to find in order to get on. So if you ask me, Jakob, what do you need? I would say, I do not need a 200-page report. I do not need a 200-page study. I need a brief policy brief. You'd probably get the same answer from the industry. And that's already something, because I used to be head of science at the Environment Agency, and we came up with 200-page reports. And it's a skill, and it's something you have to learn as a researcher to really condense your knowledge to something that is then actionable. Just a tiny little example, but you can basically work on a lot of things that are based on asking each of us, so what do you actually need to get closer to our common goal?
I like that. I will use this in my private relationships as well. Sounds good.
That doesn't work with teenagers. Disclaimer.
Well, I mean, it's quite inspiring for me to listen. I mean, it's at this dialogue that exists between government, research institutions, and private sector here in Austria. And that's make me feel very positive about the Agenda 2030, because this is what we're here for, to transforming our world. But I have to be a little bit negative because I think if I have to segment, I still think that Austria is a special case. And the country I've been working and living, this dialogue is not existing. I worked in countries where the private sector and the government, they were not talking to each other on key issues like job creation, imaging for the decarbonizing the economy. And the reason was governance, the reason was political issues, the reason was the view of certain level politicians that think that the private sector was just an entity to regulate, not to incentivize. And there was no communications. And that's between two elements of the three. And then looking at the university, I found always in developing countries, middle-income countries and LDCs, the capacity of the university is very low sometimes. So the quality of the products and the research tends to not be up to the standards for the policymakers. So there is a huge need also to increase research, innovation, support to this university to improve. And the same happens for the government officials. I mean, I'm pretty sure that here in Europe and Austria, where sustainable development is taken extremely seriously, and I can see the progress. You have also a very qualified public administration that can understand the complex message coming from research, also in the face of policy brief. The experience we have working in LDCs and middle-income countries, that this is not the case. Often I talked with ministers, incredibly skilled, very well educated from Western universities, and then I go down to a level to director generals of the staff. And the reason is that they have much less, let's say, preparations, capabilities, as we say. So there is a huge need of capacity development to make sure that the key message, at least for talking about decarbonization, what is needed for decarbonization, for job creations, for ending hunger, everything, there is a huge need also to simplify the message, to tailor it, to make sure the capabilities are created. So this is, I mean, it's at least from our experience, the challenges, no? Also, I mean, I very much feel what you're saying about what is needed for the next steps to progress. And I'm now dealing also with preparing global reports, and we're discussing very much in our team. We need to make it actionable. And we need to have key messages. We need to use this for policy advice to developing countries. We cannot have, it's good to have a report of 200 pages that gives all the methodologies, what we've studied, the collaborations, but it needs to be useful for our member states. So we need key messages, and this is all based on communications. And this is extremely important, because if you don't extract the key messages, then the politicians or the policymakers cannot action that. On the other side, I often lived in developing countries that the policymakers don't want to listen to academia. And they have let's say, political views about certain issues. And they are somewhere tendency against evidence-based policymaking, which what we are actually advocating. To take a decision, to provide the policies, you need data, you need statistics, you need a model, you need to project a policy idea, and you need a debate, you need a dialogue between the public and the private sector, you need a dialogue with academia. And what I notice, and this is a challenge specifically for developing countries, is that minister wants to be action-oriented, and this is take time, coordination take time and cost. And sometimes they don't have the time because they have other pressures. So there are different layers, and I think what could be a solution. First, I mean, that's global for everybody, breaking the bubble tower, the wall in the bubble tower to talk between us. in a language that everybody can understand, either in policy brief or others. With the private sector, I found the collaboration always very, I don't know, maybe because we work on sustainable industrialization, very much easier on certain aspects when we need to support specific topics. I mean, sometimes private sector owns the technology that is very much needed for developing countries and support in this regard. But also, as we have heard, we have different goals. You have to maximize your profits or stakeholders' satisfaction. We have, at least we to support the developing countries, government has to increase the rate of research in the GDP, and academia wants to win, I like this one, the Nobel Prizes. There is, I think, to understand, and this is, I think it's the, for me, the most inspiring thing about the Agenda 2030, that has been created to break the walls. Because it was an evolution from the previous one, which you probably don't remember, were the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. You remember for those who were in the policy making. And it was incomplete, because it was talking all about social issues. And where about the economic issues? Where about the environmental issues? The SDGs solve this problem. And then everybody says, it's in holistic agenda. That's what the word we use in the UN, which means you cannot break it. You cannot say that I will accelerate the SDG 9 because this is important for the others. No. There is, in the moment you accelerate one SDGs, you're losing the view of the agenda. It's everything together, it's everything interconnected, the economic, the social, and developmental dimension. Which means that we need everybody on the table. We need the private sector, we need the academia, we need the government. Without that, there is no hope. And that's also for us a lesson learned, because it took time also, the message, to enter also within the UN. There was a very high skepticism to sometimes to work also with the private sector within the UN. Since, I mean, if I think about when I started the UN system, working with the private sector was a sort of weird stuff to do, no? Because they were seen sometimes as the source of the problem for the sustainable value chains and the way, the labor rights and stuff like that. But then they're part of the solutions, and they need to be part of the solution. So that's what is, I found very inspiring, this experience from Austria, really, honestly. And I hope that I can showcase probably in the efforts that we are doing to developing countries to show, okay, there is a way of doing it, especially for bringing together the private sector, the academias. And I don't think it's a bad, really bad issue that you have a graveyard of pilot projects. At least you tried innovation. I'm worried when there is no pilot project. Means that there is no permeability between research, policy, and private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me wrap this up a little bit and provide an academic perspective to that. I think most of the speakers talked about at least one of three rather, let's say, very, very high-level human traits, right? We heard about skepticism when a company commits to becoming a zero emissions company. We heard about rituals, how processes are being done in a culture like Austria, how projects are being developed. We've heard about incentives, also a human trait, and how incentives make collaboration dysfunctional. And many of that I also see in my academic work. Just to give you an example, like the ritual in Austria is that education is here for everybody. You go to your studies, then you go to practice and you work. It's only a recent phenomenon that people from work have returned to universities. The concept of lifelong learning, CEOs being briefed by scientists on the latest developments, that's something that is very refreshing to hear that this is taking place, but this is still very frowned upon by many because it's considered a weakness if you are a seasoned CEO to go back to university to hear something. So these kinds of skepticisms, they exist also in my world, and they impede what we can do, because I can educate students, bachelor students, about SDGs and about sustainable finance, but until the time when these students will be the decision makers of the future, it's too late. So either we start a dialogue on top because we need speed, we need scale, or it's too late from an academic perspective, right? The second one is incentives. My incentives are that I publish papers in academic journals. I don't get any reward for participating in a policy conference. My university wouldn't pay for my travel here. The incentives within academia are purely in a way that I maximize my impact in the number of citations I get. And how do you maximize the impact? You cite as many people from the past that you know, and that's how you maximize your impact. It's not forward-looking, it's not how relevant your research is, it's about how impactful in citations it is, and that's a completely skewed incentive. And there needs to be a lot of rethinking of incentives within academia, I think, to encourage more things like the initiatives we've heard, right? And the last thing that I wanted to add, I think we had skepticism, well, rituals. Rituals is also such a thing. I'm a finance scholar, so I think the first ritual in the Austrian world, maybe in the German-speaking world, is always to prioritize public funding before private funding. Other cultures are much better at accessing private funding. If we want to achieve the scale and the speed that is needed for SDGs, we must really get more private funding into SDG-related investment. And this requires a lot of changing of culture. This requires a lot of better communication and a lot better PR for this movement. I mean, you've read the news, green bonds are growing, and this is a growing movement, but there's still a lot of skepticism in the private sector, especially among institutional investors. For example, I mean, many of the people who are running big portfolios for hedge funds, they've been educated by people like me talking about portfolio optimization. And the cornerstone of portfolio optimization is that it doesn't matter what the company you invest in looks like, because you're an investor, you've diversified away all the risks that are related to a company. That includes externalities, environmental damage, and many other things. So there's a complete dogma out there that sort of does not encourage external funding of these projects. And that is also something that where I think academia would have a very important role to play, to show empirically and then advertise this, that there is something beyond profit maximization and portfolio optimization that is relevant for the planet and for everybody. So I hope I was able to wrap this up a little bit in a structured way. We've gone a lot over time. We have a few more minutes for open discussion. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question or comment?
Thank you. This is a really interesting panel, and thanks everyone. So a quick background, I'm Kavita Surana, and I'm an academic now, previously in the private sector, worked with international organizations and from a developing country. So I have a lot of interesting questions for all of you, but I wanted to pick up on this point of what do you really need. And in some of my previous work on policies, something that I learned was that I don't really know how to write a policy brief that would be useful to you. So figuring out which policy, which document, which policy, what is the evidence, and writing a sentence that extends this policy for that long because this is the evidence is just a skill that most academics fundamentally lack. So what do you suggest in building that capacity in the academic world to be able to simply talk to you and give you that information. Not just something that I can do as an individual, but in a broader level. Thanks.
Kavita, most civil servants also lack the skill, so don't worry. Because really, I mean, it's about trying to find the gist of something you worked on and transport it to another person, right? That's really who said that? It's PR. You need more PR. It's really a PR skill, huh? Which most people don't have. I think there's a couple of ways. Things that seem to work quite well, and I can only speak for the European research area. This is obviously only Europe, is embedding researchers. Embedding researchers in a civil servant context. There are programs that do that. I think that's very useful. I really, to give a very practical advice, I really like the apolitical.org network. It's a UK-based network that's actually geared towards policymakers, and they offer a lot of courses, which I always share with my colleagues, because we usually don't have that much budget for lifelong learning, so I'm always looking for free resources. And they offer a lot of courses on how to write good policy briefs, how to negotiate, how to come up with projects, do planning in the public sector. And what I really like about them, and this is also relevant for UNIDO, is that they're a worldwide organization. So you get examples basically from India, because that's where you're from, but also from all sorts of other different countries. So I think that this question is not, it's really important for me to not use it as an attack, but you really use it as to kind of find a common ground, and it always starts within your own organization. Because I've been asking my own staff for the past 2 years of what do you actually need? So why do you need this information? What do you do with this information if you have this information? What do you do with this or that project? And very often, because we live in this world of input logic, what you talked about earlier, not even this public sector in my case is very clear on what they actually want. So it's a very good co-learning journey.
Anybody else wants to chip in?
No, I second very much what you say. I mean, it's what I'm trying to do with my team. What I noticed when I arrived after many years outside here in Vienna is that I noticed that everybody was very much close in their office and doing very well their work. But I think that I believe in multidisciplinarity and teamwork. If you put together, and the very senior manager told me, if you want to have a policy brief that it's very useful for a politician, think like a politician. So, and you cannot do it because you're coming from academia. So the best way, work together. Learn the way they're seeing the world, the same with the private sector. If you want to create something that is useful, specific for these people, you need to open a channel of dialogue. It means you need to get out from your office. You need to have a multidisciplinary team. You need to invite them and discuss. And that's how the product will become absolutely valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments on that? Or do we have room for another, or time for another question?
Thanks. It's actually a comment. I hope it's okay. And maybe forgive my naivete. I'm Marcus Fischer. I'm here for the UNICE supported expert group on resource management. But maybe just because the panel is about innovation, I was just thinking one idea, how to make a 200-page document relevant for policymakers. Just put it into generative AI, like ChatGPT, and tell it, summarize it in 10 bullet points. And I think we're moving into a direction where it will be very uncommon to read full documents, because it will be just generative AI either summarizing them for us, or we sort of letting things summarized. So I think maybe have that in mind too.
And the two policymakers on the panel immediately said, we tried. First thing we did, of course. Did it work for you?
Not entirely, honestly.
Yeah, not entirely?
Because the subject that we're, I mean, it's, it was extremely technical, and sometimes no. I mean, it's he gave some good hints, good suggestions, but it didn't work still sometimes. I don't know for you.
No, we're also piloting, and there's actually two ways we look at it. First of all, AI is one of the very good examples where we say we take these objectives seriously, and we came up with a new program called AI for Green. So please come up with, and I think the project you mentioned is also part of this program, maybe. Use AI technologies for greening the world, basically. And the second one is basically piloting on our portfolio of different projects and really letting it run over it and just try and find the gist of actionable advice. And we're in the pilot stage because what we're really interested in, to name a very concrete example, is, I don't know, we're always talking about having to build up the energy infrastructure, or really there's a lot of building to do. On the other hand, we had so many research projects for the past 15 years on the benefits of digitalization. And we do have to kind of bring the builders and the digitalization researchers and all their project partners together, because maybe you do have to build, no question, but maybe you don't have to build as much if you use all the project results we already have somewhere in our cupboards. And yeah, so thank you very much for your really relevant advice. We're working on it.
Let me just say one thing about policy briefs. I'm writing a policy brief right now, but for me, as a researcher, this is lost time in a career sense, because this is something I'm not even allowed to put into my CV. It will not appear anywhere, it will not be cited anywhere. So it would be good if there were a system where if a researcher does a very good policy brief that is then cited in political conferences or something, gets an impact from it.
I'll give you an example though, because well, we dish out basically most of our funding budget via to the funding bank and the research promotion agency here in Austria. And I'm in and this is about people having to work in different ways. I'm in a bit of a discussion with these guys at the moment, because I'm saying, well, look, the first thing, publish all the reports. Transparency is the first step towards impact. And the second thing, really think about what you ask from these projects, you know. Maybe you do not have to ask for the 200, the researchers will write their papers anyway because they have these incentives. But maybe don't ask for a 200-page final report on the project, but ask for a 5-page policy brief, or a 7-page technical brief giving already instructions on how to do it. And maybe also 1 page that explains your grandmother what the project actually does, which is then for the PR people, right? And the politicians.
Good, thank you. Any more questions? Any more words? Anybody wants to close the panel?
I know it's late, but since AI was mentioned, I cannot hold to myself. No? Maybe it sounds a little bit weird if that comes from a corporation, but what I would like to have as a next step, I mean, not maybe, rather from you nationally, and the EU has been doing already something with the AI Act now, which is definitely worldwide, I think, one of the things. We need containment. I believe that we all talk about AI to help us make a 200-pager become more digestible for somebody who should say something. But AI is also the one that is flying drones and shooting people from distances that have never been able before, and you can do that out of your garage. You can do with AI, you can do DNA sequencing that you could never do before as a person, and you couldn't do that 10 years ago. So I think there is also the dark side of AI. And the dark side of AI, it's wrong to leave that in the hands of us corporations, because, you know, what we are driven by is, at the end of the day, at the shareholder value. Yeah? We will think about in the afternoon on Sunday, yes, that there is something else, no? Maybe, but the ultimate goal is to optimize our profit. The researchers, they will just say, you know, I found a much better language model now, that a large language model that is even better than the one before, and I can make your 200-pager a really crispy 2-pager one. But what I believe is, what I would have as a next step is, I would have 2 things I would like to have from policymakers and more the international ones, And I'm happy to be in the EU to have something that is containing AI. And the second thing was already mentioned before. I think the we is bigger than me. So we all have to take some people, and not only the ones that have the stars and stripes on the shoulders or for their seniority or their position, but the one with the bright eyes of our institutions that have knowledge and also stars in their eyes for the subject of the SDGs, and try them to work out something that helps us all together. So that would be, I'm always so, I have two wishes. The one is with the AI containment, and the second one is having the star-eyed in a team. Thank you.
Any more wishes? I mean, I
can invite him because we are launching a global alliance for artificial intelligence as UNIDO. So I will invite you. So it's as a department and division. So we have a full department of digitalization and artificial intelligence, and now is globally launching this alliance specifically to see the dark, to try to avoid the dark side, like you very skillfully put. But it's something that is very much on in the international agenda now. I was reading an article today on the Financial Times that many AI big shots now, I think, convened in Paris and discussing at least to start working on that on the international level.
And 28 countries in Milton Keynes, though. That's one of the most terrible places you can be. So sorry, I hope no one's from Milton Keynes, but Vienna is nicer to talk about this. So they're just now discussing what your first wish, 28 countries, international.
So if there are no more questions or comments, I'd like to say thank you, not only in my name personally, but also from the WU. It's really refreshing to talk to companies and policy institutions. Please, let's continue to keep the talk open, and yeah, I hope to see you again on another panel sometime in the future.